Chris Becker for the people.
Jeff Kickoff on behalf of Mr. Bernal-Sosa.
Good morning, everyone. Before we bring jurors in, let's put on the record the fact that I had my law clerk communicate provide copies to the lawyers of the proposed preliminary instructions. These are the instructions that will be handed out to the jurors. I'll read the standard preliminary instructions other than these. Charges and elements are first and second degree murder, as well as felony firearm. Then just some sort of standard and straightforward stuff on presumption of innocence, reasonable doubt, direct and circumstantial evidence. Mr. Becker, any objections? Anything?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Kirkhoff,
Only that I don't think it is necessary at this point, preliminary instructions to include circumstantial and direct evidence instructions.
fair enough. That is included, given the fact that the other ones that are included tend to be more defense oriented and try to be fair and be handed on those kinds of things. So you make your objection for the record. Is there anything else we should take up before we bring jurors in again?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Mr. Kirkhoff, anything else?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
I do hear them lining up.
I think they're lining it up, so it should be just a moment. Folks who are in the audience, when jurors come and go, we all rise, and you'll hear me say all rise, and that includes me. I do the same thing. So,
Your Honor, some people came in while we were out. Can you remind them of their cell phones?
anybody who's here, and of course it's a public courtroom, please be sure that your cell phones are either off, in silent mode, or something like that. We can't have cell phones go off, and thank you for that.
I
But it's a
will add-
public courtroom, and everybody is welcome to be here.
I will ask that the witness be sequestered once we start, and I think I prefer to do it now rather than when the jury's here or.
So I think that's Mr. Roll up in 615, which is called exclusion of witness. Any objection to that, Mr. Roll?
We have, Your Honor, I don't know if that, we have two detectives here, they still want just.
I have only one as opposed to.
All right.
Should be coming in. Yes.
I believe the jurors are lining up, they should be coming in. You folks can be seated in the jury box, thank you. And everyone else can be seated as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, good morning. Thank you for coming in this morning. As you'll recall, I indicated yesterday that I'm now going to give some instructions that are essentially a roadmap to what goes on in a trial. So that none of this is a surprise to you, and if everyone is ready, I'll get started. Members of the jury, you have been chosen to decide a criminal charge made by the state of Michigan, actually a couple of charges that we went over yesterday. Now I'm going to explain some of the legal principles that you will need to know in the procedure that we will follow in this trial. The trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where he gives his theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but he may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes his, or he may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. These statements are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents his evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all his evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence, but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. We call that rebuttal. Sometimes there's rebuttal, sometimes there isn't. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening statements, these are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide the case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony, and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses do you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything the witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on the witness's disability, race, national origin or ethnicity, gender, gender identity, or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth? Or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how the case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in the case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. Now let me explain a couple of things to you folks. So, first of all, I have two very experienced lawyers who are involved in this case. As I've already explained, either side can seek to have exhibits, that is, non-witness testimony, but other kinds of exhibits admitted into evidence. Sometimes the lawyers agree that something can be admitted. Sometimes I have to make an evidentiary ruling. What you folks should be listening to is when I say, I hereby admit People's Exhibit X or Defense Exhibit Y. Once I say I'm admitting it, that is evidence that has now been admitted and you can consider that. If, on the other hand, one of the lawyers moves for the admission of evidence and I keep it out, in other words, I do not grant it or I grant an objection, then that means that is not in evidence and you will not be able to consider it. So just keep your ears open when I say, for example, I'll admit People's Exhibit number 13 or something. That means that it's not in evidence and you can consider that. I hope that makes it a little bit easier. Folks, the questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. I have to tell you I don't do much of this, but I may. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. If you cannot hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see the witness or evidence, please raise your hand immediately and we'll do the best that we can to remedy that. During the trial, lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of the case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you are in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Please pay no attention to these interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals, even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So, to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you consider must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. First, it is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. Second, this means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. Third, you also must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference materials, newspapers, or magazines. Fourth, you must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. Fifth, you must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. Sixth, you must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, please report it to my court staff. Note-taking, is allowed. Hopefully you have some notepads in the back. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You can see that we have chosen a jury of 14. After you have heard all the evidence and my instructions, we will draw lots to decide which two of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 12. So that does not happen until after virtually everything else is concluded, and then we'll narrow it down from 14 to 12. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within limits provided by law. I may give you more instructions during the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to ask my law clerk to hand out a packet of materials for each of you. I ask that you please not start reading them so we can go over them together.
Let's take one.
As if everyone has one. Folks, the packet that you've just been handed contains the elements of the crimes with which the defendant is charged, as well as the law regarding the presumption of innocence for the proof, reasonable doubt, and direct and circumstantial evidence. Now, I'm going to read the elements of the crimes with which the defendant has been charged. You will be able to keep these, you can read along with me, you can listen to me, whatever you prefer. The defendant is charged with the crime of first-degree premeditated murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Leah Marie Gomez That is, that Leah Marie Gomez died as a result of multiple gunshot wounds. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Leah Marie Gomez. Third, that this intent to kill was premeditated, that is, thought out beforehand. Fourth, that the killing was deliberate, which means that the defendant considered the pros and cons of the killing and thought about and chose his actions before he did it. There must have been real and substantial reflection for long enough to give a reasonable person a chance to think twice about the intent to kill. The law does not say how much time is needed. It is for you to decide if enough time passed under the circumstances of this case. The killing cannot be the result of a sudden impulse without thought or reflection. And fifth, that the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. You may also consider the lesser charge of second-degree murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Leah Marie Gomez, that is, that Leah Marie Gomez died as a result of multiple gunshot wounds. Second, that the defendant had one of these three states of mind. He intended to kill, or he intended to do great bodily harm to Leah Marie Gomez, or he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. Third, that the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. The defendant is also charged with the separate crime of possessing a firearm at the time he committed the crime of first-degree premeditated murder or second-degree murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant committed the crime of first-degree premeditated murder or second-degree murder, which have been defined for you. It is not necessary, however, that the defendant be convicted of either crime. Second, that at the time the defendant committed that crime, he knowingly carried or possessed a firearm. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is innocent. Every crime is made up of parts or elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful, considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. Facts can be proved by direct evidence from a witness or an exhibit. Direct evidence is evidence about what we actually see or hear. For example, if you look outside and see rain falling, that is direct evidence that it is raining. Facts can also be proved by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So, for example, if you see a person come in from outside wearing a raincoat covered with small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it is raining. We may consider circumstantial evidence by itself, or a combination of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence can be used to prove the elements of a crime. In other words, you should consider all the evidence that you deliver. Fortunately, refer to these elements during the trial. Since no one can predict the course of the trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. I'm giving you these written instructions for you to use as a guide through the course of this trial. Do not place any more emphasis on these instructions than the ones that I gave orally during the course of the trial. You will notice that we do not have a court reporter. You've got to be of a certain age to even remember court reporters. I fit. Those of you who are of a certain age remember we used to have stenographers. Stenographers were people that had this very interesting keypad that had different symbols to it, sort of a shorthand kind of thing, in which a court reporter would do that. To be perfectly honest, we don't do that in this country much anymore because court reporters are expensive. And as a result of that, we now have video courtrooms, and that is the reason why we have cameras that are in and out of the courtroom. The reason I bring it up is because sometimes when a jury is deliberating after they have been given instructions, they may decide on their own, gosh, we kind of like to be able to see a transcript of that particular witness's testimony or a portion of it. It's almost impossible for us to be able to provide that because we don't have a stenographic copy from which one of my staff would be able to type up the transcript. On the other hand, what we can do is to generally replay the video of that particular testimony. So I just want you to be aware of those things, and also just be aware that that's the reason why we have a camera in the courtroom, is that is the record. Why do we keep a record? Because any decision that I make can be appealed by either side. My decision is appealed to the Michigan Court of Appeals. The Michigan Court of Appeals has to be able to review the record of the decision that I made. So that's the reason why we keep a very careful record of everything. Of course, that essentially concludes the preliminary instructions in the case. To go back to what I just explained a few moments ago, the first thing that we do in a criminal trial is to hear the opening statements of the lawyers. Mr. Becker, do you want a break or are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go, Your Honor. Wishes.
Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Becker for the people's opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. 7 shots, 7 minutes. It's rare that you can sum up a murder trial in 4 words. This is one of them. 7 shots in 7 minutes. The 7 shots refer to the 7 times the defendant fired an AR-15 at Leah Gomez, the mother of his child, standing right outside her car door as she was picking up her daughter from his apartment on May 31st of last year. And it's not just he fired 7 shots. 7 shots actually hit her, because you're going to hear from the medical examiner who says she died because of 7 gunshot wounds to the neck, head, chest, and arm. All struck home, because he was basically at point blank range. Now the 7 minutes does not refer to how long that took. Those shots were fired in a matter of seconds. The 7 minutes refers to the time he had to think about what he was about to do. Because you're also going to hear evidence and see evidence via video. This is at an apartment complex. We have him going inside from the car, going to his apartment at, ironically, 3:07 p.m. approximately. At 3:14, you're having an opportunity to see a still shot of him walking out with that AR-15. Not just by itself. He actually took the time to cover it up with a big gray blanket as he walks out of the apartment at 3:14 p.m. before he fires that those 7 shots outside at Leah, and she did nothing more than sit in her car. This isn't a whodunit, or what is it? Because when the police finally caught up to him in Chicago, he admitted it. You're going to have an opportunity to see it's a taped confession. He admitted he did it. He did it because she was talking with another man. He got mad. He was jealous. So he admits to doing all this. So this is a what is it? Now my first witness in just a few minutes is going to be that man she was talking to. The man, Jose, who she was talking about. I think the evidence is going to show that they weren't even, I don't think they'd even officially gone out on a date. They kind of met on an app, were talking on the phone. And he's going to tell you that he was talking with her at the day this all happened. He heard this happen. Heard Leah getting shot in her car. Because he's on the phone talking with her for most of the day, quite frankly. It sounds like she was running errands. She had dropped off her daughter at the apartment earlier. And so she had gone back sometime in the afternoon. He's going to tell you that he's on the phone and he's listening to this, and she's kind of complaining about how long it's taking. Kind of like your typical child custody turning over things, you know, he's kind of dragging this out. And it took quite a while. You have an opportunity to see that video, going through how many times he went in and out. He's going to tell you there's no arguing, no fighting, nothing untowards really, until the very end. Until the very end when he hears Leah kind of explained, what's that, a gun? I got, no, and shots. And silence. Nothing, he didn't hear anything. So he's actually the one that actually calls 911. He's the one that calls the police. So nobody at this apartment complex that call it, he calls 911 and says, hey, I think I just heard a shooting. And, I'm not getting anything. I can't say nobody's talking to me. And he's actually got an app on his phone so he can give them the location of where she's at. And he gives them the description of a gray Mercury Milan that she should be driving. That's probably somewhere in the area of Commerce at this loose leaf lofts. Well, Hannah Smith is one of the first Veronica officers. She'll be the next witness that you'll hear from, and she's going to say she gets there, and it's kind of a secluded part of Grand Rapids, if you will. Loose leaf lofts is down in Commerce, and the parking lot she's actually in is secluded. It's off to the side. This is an old warehouse that's been converted into an apartment complex, and so the parking lot is actually kind of on, if you're looking at the parking lot, on the left. And so the warehouse is to the side, there's not a whole lot of cars, and it actually goes down at an angle. You have an opportunity to see some photos, I believe, in terms of where this was. And the police show up, and there's a gray Mercury Milan. And Hannah goes down there, and almost immediately she says, yeah, she's dead. Leah's dead. She says, oh, it's Leah. And she starts roping off the area with the crime scene tape. And she's like, wait a second. There's also a report there's supposed to be a child there, and unfortunately they go and they find the child in the back seat. It's a baby. It's a special needs baby that's been found. His daughter. He left there. She's okay. No injuries to her. But they pull her out of the car and they start the investigation. It's unusual because there's a big gray blanket laying next to the car right there. And there's casings. You're here from the crime scene test. So find there's casings. There's large casings. 7 of them. 7 of them set right in some mulch that's next to the parking lot. We're going to hear from a neighbor, Michael, who's actually home that day. He's working from home, as many of us do. So it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He's going to tell you, he was sitting, working from home. It's a bright, sunny day. Nothing unusual until he hears a number of shots. I don't think he can tell you exactly how many he hears, but he hears a number of shots. And it's kind of weird, you're downtown, you do hear gunshots sometimes, but it's the middle of the afternoon, you don't really hear it. So he goes out, and he looks out, he's kind of on the ground floor of this apartment complex, and he looks down, and he can see the back door. In that back door, he's going to tell you, he sees this man. He knows him. But he's in the apartment. Not friends or anything with him, just kind of you see people in the apartment that you live with. And he sees this man going into that back door with a rifle. He doesn't call the police because he's just kind of, he doesn't see the car, he can't see the car, he can't see anything else. He doesn't hear any screaming because there's nothing going on. So he goes back inside until the police show up. And then he goes in and says, oh yeah, figure out what happened. And he says, yeah, I saw that man, I know him, carrying a rifle going back into the apartment complex. So Adam Baylis is the detective you'll hear from. He's going to show you these videos that show the defendant going in and out repeatedly. There's probably 3 or 4 trips where he's taking out first his daughter, second a bag, an oxygen tank, because she's special needs and she needs an oxygen tank. And he goes in and out, like starting before 3 o'clock, around 2:55 or so. But the last time you have an opportunity to see, he sees the defendant coming back in, empty-handed, at 3:07. And exiting, and you can see it's covered up. You can see the butt of the gun covered by a blanket as he goes back out. So they have a pretty good suspect. They have an idea. They know he lives in apartment 13, so they do a search warrant of apartment 13, the Grand Rapids Police Department. And you'll hear from Minos, a sergeant with a special response team, as well as Detective Rein. And they're being called because they actually find the weapon. They find the AR-15. Now this is a loft apartment, so they're extremely high ceilings, and the bedroom is kind of separated. It's got walls, but the walls don't go to the top. And so when Sergeant Minos goes into the bedroom, he's kind of looking around, all of a sudden you can see, and there's some pictures, there's just a point, the tip of the gun kind of sticking out from the top of this wall, and then it separates the bedroom from the living room. And he stands in the back and he says, yeah, there's a gun, and Detective Rein gets that gun and brings it down. And so they seize the gun. They also find a bullet that matches kind of the same kind. I think it's a Wolf 223, which is the actual bullet that's found that kind of matches the casings that are found outside as well. They're also going to have an opportunity to hear from, as they do the investigation, Orlando, who's there at the apartment, that was at the apartment before this all happened. The apartment's empty. The apartment's empty when the police are there, but they do some investigation. They find this Orlando. Ruelas. And he's gonna tell you, he was there, they were shooting pool, he knows the defendant, kind of was acquaintances with him, not really friends, I think maybe, just kind of hanging out there, and they're drinking beer, kind of shooting some pool, there's a pool table there, and one of the bullets is found next to the pool cue, next to a foosball table, I believe. And so, Orlando's gonna tell you before this all happened, they're just shooting pool, drinking some beers, the defendant's daughter gets dropped off, and it's just kind of, sitting there. He actually says, geez, I think I should leave. Your daughter's here. No, stay, the defendant says. So they stay, and then it's time for his daughter to leave. And he remembers. Now he's had a few beers and he's had some drinks, he's gonna admit, but from what he remembers the defendant leaving a number of different times, kind of going out, taking the action to taking a bag. He doesn't remember how many times. He's playing pool, having a few beers. But he's gonna tell you at one point in time he notices the defendant with a rifle leaving out of the bedroom, carrying it. He doesn't exactly know what happened to it, what he did with it. He's going to tell you that after his daughter left, the defendant was acting normal. No problems, wasn't upset, wasn't agitated. They hung around a little bit and then decided to leave. They were going to go to a different party or something, go visit some other friends. And that's the last time he saw him until he saw what had happened on the news and he came to make contact with Greenwich police. Now the defendant was gone. Police had a suspect. Police put out, hey, we need to find this guy because he's a suspect and we killed his ex-girlfriend. So he's found in Chicago. The defendant's found in Chicago, and you're going to have an opportunity to see the interview that takes place. It's on Detective Lang's body cam, but as you can see, the defendant didn't speak English. So Veronica Coronal, who's a detective with the Greenwich Police Department, actually in the vice unit, goes down to be the interpreter. Now, she's not an official interpreter, she's not certified, but she does that, she speaks Spanish, she does that for the Greenwich Police Department. You'll have an opportunity to hear the conversation actually in real time on that video. We're going to call Donna Boss. Donna Boss is an interpreter. She does that for a living. She has her own company, and she does a transcript of that to make sure, this isn't a case where, the defendant saying, no, I didn't do it. You can have an opportunity to take that look at that transcript. It's an accurate translation of exactly what transpired in Spanish between those parties. And what the defendant says is, yeah, he did it. He didn't come out and say it right off the bat. He comes out first and says, yeah, I remember I was there. And yeah, I dropped off my daughter. I gave her my daughter, but there's a red truck. There's a red truck that was following me, and she was worried about a red truck. And I heard some gunshots, and I got afraid and I left. They're just going to confront him and say, well, wait a second, what about your daughter? How about your daughter? Your daughter's, oh, she's fine. Well, I didn't know that. You kind of left her there. And eventually, it's only about a 35-minute interview. He comes around and says, yeah, yep, it was me. I shot her. She was talking on the phone with another guy. She kind of laughed at me. I got angry with her because I told her to get off the phone with this other guy. I was jealous. She was cheating on me. So I went in, got the gun, covered it up with a bag. He admits to doing that. The detective even asked, did she see it? Well, yeah, she saw it when I took the blanket off just before I fired. But I was jealous, and that's why I did it. So that's why we're here today. I submit to you that when you hear all the proofs, this is a first-degree murder, as the judge has gone over the instructions. There's a death. The elements have to prove there's a death. The death of Leah caused by the defendant because of the multiple gunshots. There's intent to kill when you fire 7 shots at point-blank range at somebody, hitting her. It's pretty controlled, neck, head, and chest. And there's premeditation, deliberation, thought out beforehand. He had 7 minutes. You'll have an opportunity to see the 7 minutes. He left the scene, goes to get the gun, brings it back out. That's not justified or excuse. There's no excuse for doing what he did back in May. And he used a firearm, used that gun in the commission of a felony. So maybe at the conclusive proofs, it's not 4 words, it's 3 words. Guilty as charged. Because that's what I'm going to ask you to find, because there's no justification for what he did by simply executing the mother of his child, Leah Gomez, back on May 31st of last year. I'm going to ask you to find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Mr. Kirkhoff, does the defense choose to make an opening statement at this time?
I will reserve, Your Honor.
All right. That means that we then move in again. Mr. Becker, would you like a moment before you begin your case?
I think I have this is out there, Your Honor, so.
Then again, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Call Jose Guadalupe.
So folks, this means that we're now moving into prosecutions, what we call case in chief, their opportunity to present their evidence. And so we'll be beginning the first witness. Good morning, sir. So if you want to come around, you're going to be sitting in that seat, but before you sit, I ask you to please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please.
Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Excuse me?
Could you state your name and spell it for the record?
It's Jose Cabina, Jose, last name Gavina.
Sir, I had you as Guadalupe, actually, it's Gavina, I misspoke that.
Oh yeah, it's that's my middle name.
Gotcha, okay. I'd like to take you back to May 31st of last year. You remember that day?
Yes.
Were you talking with anybody on that day?
Yeah, I was talking to Leah,
Okay. Who was Leah to you at that point in time?
friend I was getting to know.
In terms of when you say a friend you're getting to know, how were you getting to know her? When did you first make contact with her?
I think it was earlier that month. But,
Had you actually met her face to face?
no, I didn't get a chance.
Right, so you're just talking over the phone, texting, stuff like that?
Yeah.
Now, how did it come that you were talking to her on May 31st?
I think we started talking, I think it was at 11 in the morning.
How did it start? You call her, she call you, how did they also begin?
No, she called me. It was like, we were texting before that, but that was my break time at work. So she called me.
And as you just talked to her essentially, nothing, no particular reason, there's nothing going on, you're just chatting.
No, just chat.
How long did you talk to her that day?
It was from 11 in the morning all the way till like 3 o'clock, 3:30.
And is a constant just talking while you're at work?
Yeah,
And she's doing, running errands and so forth?
yeah.
All right. I guess focusing more towards 3 o'clock, let's get to that. Do you know what she was doing around 3 o'clock?
Yeah, I think she left the mall and I think she was heading to, I think the ATM. And then after that, she was gonna go pick up her daughter.
Now, you're talking to her during this period of time.
Yep.
At some point in time, does she get to the place to pick up her daughter?
Excuse me?
At some point in time, are you aware that she gets to where her daughter is?
Yeah.
Right? And can you describe what you're listening to as she's picking up her daughter? You're still on the phone with her as she's picking up her daughter, right?
Yeah.
Can you describe for the jury what you hear as she's doing that?
She was just there, she was there waiting in the parking lot, waiting for her daughter to get down, for her bags and everything she needed.
Did you hear her interact with anybody on the phone as she's doing that?
No.
So you didn't, I mean, she's talking with you obviously, but you didn't hear her talk, did she argue with anybody?
No, it wasn't arguing, it was just, that she needed, her daughter's things to go.
She needed her daughter's what?
Like bags and stuff like that.
Okay. Is she telling that to somebody?
Yeah.
Do you hear another voice on the phone as you're talking with her?
Not too loud, but I heard noise.
Is she getting irate or she's wanting her daughter's bag or anything? Is she getting mad? Is she getting angry? You hear her like express any sort of thing as she's sitting there picking up her daughter?
Yeah, she was in her car, she was just frustrated because she wasn't getting what her daughter needed, like her bags and, the stuff she needed.
But you didn't hear her yelling at anybody or getting into any disputes, if you will?
No, everything was calm, relatively calm.
So what happens next? I guess it's relatively calm. What do you hear then?
Then, I heard somebody come down, open the passenger door. Leah said that, don't come into my car. Person came in and, I guess he was sitting there for a minute, there was no noise. And after that, is he had a rifle, and that's when Leah told him, "What are you doing in my car with a rifle?" He was like, "I don't want you in my car with a rifle." And he said, "Oh, I carry it with me all the time, and this and that." And again, there was silence for a little bit, and then after that, I heard the gun, like, loading the gun, and then I heard one shot. That's when she to don't do it. And then after that, I heard a couple more shots, and there was no noise.
Now go back a little bit. You said, did you hear the passenger door open? Because you said the passenger door open, like you actually heard the door open?
Yeah, I heard like when you grab the handle of the door open. So.
And then how do you know he sat down? You said he got in the car. How do you know that? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I would imagine because
I'm not asking. I can't imagine. Okay, what did you hear?
yeah, that's I heard somebody get in the car. That's it.
And that's what I was just trying to clarify. And you specifically heard. Did she say something about a rifle?
Yeah, she was the one who pointed it out.
Did you hear anything from the other person, if you will?
No, he just said that it's yes, I carry with me everywhere I go.
And then you heard how many shots?
Probably I heard one, and then I heard like three. I think it was 3 or 4 more.
And then nothing.
And then,
What did you do? Or you heard nothing? Did you try? Are you saying, "Hey, Leah, are you saying anything?"
yeah, I mean, for a minute I was like in shock because like it was gunshots, but I was thinking it could have been something else or something like that. And I said, "Leah," I was like, "Are you okay?" And nothing. And then as soon as I didn't hear anything, I told my friend call 911 because I wasn't hearing anything and I didn't think I heard gunshots.
And you say your friend. Did you actually speak with 911?
For the first couple, because I was on the phone with him, so I told him, "Hey, I want to hang up. Can you call 911?" He said, "Yeah." So in the beginning it was him, and then I got the phone, and then I told him that I'm still with the person on the line.
Okay. So then he handed off, and then you spoke with 911.
Yeah.
And you had how did you know where she was?
Because in that morning before break when we were texting, she sent me her location. She shared it with me, and that's how I know where she was at.
So you had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call when we met last week. And you recognize your voice?
Yep.
And you recognize the call was the call you made on May 31st.
Yep.
And it was an accurate depiction of the phone call.
Yep.
I would move the admission to play Exhibit 1, Your Honor, the 911 call.
Any objections? Or so folks on the board, you can make people's exhibit.
And just for the record, Your Honor, I have shared all these exhibits 1 through 31 on this PowerPoint. Mr. Kirkhoff has a copy of all these, the exhibits, so forth. Prior to that, so I'm trying to speed this up, not letting
But no stipulation of admissibility, you'll be moving for the admissibility?
I'll probably be moving for it as we proceed forward.
Yeah, he's provided them with me.
Okay,
I
all
just
right.
want to make sure.
So, and folks, you shouldn't have to keep track of these exhibits by writing it down, because you'll be able to get copies of the exhibits and during deliberation. So I just want you to know, you shouldn't worry about, here's what people's number one is, because again, you'll be able to see the exhibits at the time of deliberation. So just want to let you know that. So go ahead. I have admitted people's number one.
911, what is your emergency? State County Weather Transfer. Callers reporting hearing gunshots in the area of Commerce. And what was your cross street, sir? Wellesley or Goodrich? So it's Commerce and Wellesley, sir? Yes. Okay. How many gunshots did you hear? 6 or 7. Correct, but I did not enter a call yet. Okay, no worries. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Do you know which direction the gunshots came from?
It's because I was on the phone with, we were talking on the phone and, he told me to stay on the light though, because I guess they were having problems or something like that. And the guy came out and she was like, you carry that gun everywhere, and I think it was a rifle. And then I was on the phone, and then I heard a bunch of gunshots. And then I'm on the phone right now too, but I don't hear anybody talking.
How far away were the gunshots from you?
I'm over here at work, and I'm on the phone with the person, and I don't hear anything. So, but I heard gunshots because she told the guy like, oh,
So you heard gunshots through the phone?
through the phone, yeah.
Okay, do you know where the person was that you were talking to?
Yeah, because I have her location.
Okay, what's her location?
It just has like her picture in in an apartment complex or something like that, like Commerce Avenue, Southwest, and Goodrich Street, Southwest.
Okay. Commerce and Goodrich, you said?
Yeah, hold on.
Was it inside or outside?
Inside of a car, it's gotta be like probably outside of his apartment or something, and the parking lot, like right now, my creation. And the person who has a baby in there would,
You were talking to a female?
yeah. Yeah, and like,
And after the gunshots, you haven't heard from her at all?
no, and I'm still on the phone, and all I heard was, like, she was like, no, and then a bunch of gunshots. I don't know where he fired to, or I don't know what's going on, that's why. Like, if you definitely go get out there as soon as possible.
Okay.
Because
How long ago did this happen?
Like, a couple minutes ago, like, probably 5-10 minutes ago, and the baby inside has she has something, she's handicapped.
Okay, do you have a phone number for the female that you were talking to?
Yeah. It's,
What type of handicap does the baby have?
I don't know, she has some kind of condition where she has brain damage, and she really can't move or anything. Yeah, she's a baby, she's like 2 years old. So
Okay, I need that phone number.
616-272-0078.
And what's her name?
Leah.
You know her last name?
Gomez, Gomez.
Okay, all right, stay on the line for 1 moment.
Okay.
Do you know what type of vehicle they were in?
I think it's a Mercury Milana, 2011, I think.
What color was the vehicle?
I think it's gray.
And what was the make and model again?
2011 Mercury Milana, I think.
Okay. And did you know who she was with in the vehicle outside of just the baby?
Yeah, a person named, all I know is the first name, Fabian. I don't know the last name. That's her, the father of her daughter.
Okay. And you still have an open line with her?
Yeah, I still have it.
And you can't hear anything?
Nothing, I can't hear anything. All I heard was yell, like, no, and I heard gunshots. I don't know where he pointed, I don't know, but.
Hold on, one moment. Stay on the line.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
loosely blocked.
Okay. And you believe that she was in the vehicle?
Yeah, they were in the vehicle because we were talking and she was like, here, I'm gonna just stay on the line so you can hear like how he did, and then I stayed on the line, and then when the guy came out, he came out with an AR-15, and she said, you got a gun in my car? And he was like, I always carry it. And then he was like, no, you gotta get on here with that. I have a person on the line, he can be a witness. And then after that, I was silent, and then all of a sudden I heard like gunshots and her saying, no, 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 and then I haven't heard anything since.
Yeah. And you believe it was an AR-15?
Yeah, they said an AR, she said an AR. Because she's seen it, and since I was on the phone, I heard it, she said, you carry that AR like that? And he was like, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. And what was your name?
Jose Cabina,
Jose, can you spell your last name for me?
Gabina.
And then can you give me a good callback number for you?
Yeah, 616-808-7134.
Okay. Alright. Alright, well, we're gonna get officers to respond. If anything changes in the meantime or you hear back from her, please give us a call, okay?
Yeah.
Or if you talk to her, please have her give us a call. Alright?
Yeah.
Thanks, sir. 911, where did you 911? Where did your emergency? State County Weather Transfer. Callers reporting hearing gunshots in the area of Commerce. And what was your 911? Where did your emergency? 911, where did your emergency? State County Weather Transfer. Callers reporting hearing gunshots.
Just go over a few more questions just in terms of that. One of the things you said on there in terms of, you heard on the 911 call, you said, she has you on the, I've got somebody on the line listening. Did you ever come up in any conversation where, you know, like, she was saying, I got another boyfriend, I'm talking with my other guy, anything along those lines?
Oh, nothing like that, because, no, it was nothing like that that I heard of.
Nothing like she was taunting him, like, I've got a new boyfriend, I'm talking with my new boyfriend, back off, I hate you, anything like that?
Nothing.
And specifically, how did you know it was an AR? Did she say something like that?
Yeah, because on the call, when I was still on, she seen it, she was the one who pointed it out, she was like, is that an AR, or what are we doing with an AR?
That's what you heard.
Yes.
Did you ever get hung up on during any of this?
Yeah, in the beginning, a couple minutes after she got there, when she was waiting, I was still on the line. I mean, I heard mumbles, but then all of a sudden, somebody hanged up on me, and then she called me back like a minute or two later, and she was like, "See that he hung up on you?" And I was like,
All right. But there, once again, you heard mumbles. There's no yelling, screaming, anything like that.
"No."
Your Honor? I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
You were on the phone with her at about 11 o'clock that morning?
Yeah.
Was that before or after she dropped off her child at?
Before.
Was what?
Before.
So you were on the line when she pulled up and dropped her off to?
That was just a text in the morning, so at 11 she called, but she had already dropped off.
Oh, she had already dropped off, okay. You said you continued to talk to her between 1 and about 3 o'clock when all this happened?
Yeah.
Was it constant where you were on the phone, or were you calling back and forth?
No, it was from when I went to break at 11 in the morning, all the way until 3.
All right. And when she arrived at Loosely's Lofts, she's kind of giving you a play-by-play of what's happening, correct?
Yeah.
And you said she said he kept going back and forth to get the daughter and all of her equipment, correct?
Yeah.
And she was frustrated by that, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And you also knew that this individual was mad about you being on the phone with her during all this time, correct?
No, I didn't, because again, they didn't know who I was, and she didn't say anything about who I was. It was just, she said it was a friend. I'm the phone with a friend.
Do you remember talking to the detectives back? Let's see. Well, it was probably the same day that this happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember telling him, let's see. Well, during this time, she kept telling you to stay on the line, correct? Yes? Because she was having problems with him?
No problem. She would always say that. It would be like a back and forth game every time they would drop off. She would drop off her daughter.
Okay. And then one time, when she first got there, he hung up on her, correct?
Yep.
And she called you back and said, he hung up, he's doing this, correct?
Yeah, she said he hung up on you.
Okay. All right. Do you remember telling the police? And he obviously got mad? You don't remember saying that?
Yeah, obviously he got mad, but he didn't know that I was, somebody. He only knew that I was a friend, but he kept saying like, oh, it might be, or I don't know if he was thinking that I was, something else.
Well, he basically told the police that he was mad because she was talking to you, and you repeated that to the police, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And later on in that same conversation, you told the police that he thought you were cheating on, or she was cheating on you, on him, with her, correct?
That's what he assumed.
Okay. And even though it wasn't you, because you hadn't even dated her yet, had you?
No, we didn't see each other.
Okay, but you talked a bunch of times, correct? You talked to her a number of times before this, correct? And he thought he had you mistaken for someone else, and did he? Or she was cheating on
Excuse me?
you? Yes?
So could you repeat that?
Yes. You told the police that he said that she was cheating on him with you, and that's not correct, right?
No, it's not correct.
Because you didn't meet. So it would have been somebody else, correct?
I assume, yeah.
But she told you to stay on the line, and you knew there were problems between the two, correct?
Yeah, she's gonna stay in line because usually there's always something going on when she drops off her dog.
And you knew that she was mad, or he was mad about the fact that you're on the line with her, correct, while he's making this exchange of the child?
Yeah.
Okay. And eventually you hear one shot, and then she says something to the effect of one or two shots. And she tells him to, no, stop, correct? Something to that effect?
Yeah.
And you told the police that it sounded like the first two shots hit glass or did something different than the other shots. Do you remember telling them that?
Yeah.
So you also told the police that the first two shots you thought were aimed at something else and not her, right? You remember telling the police that?
Excuse me?
Do you remember telling the police that?
Yeah, I said I heard one shot go off, and I heard her say no, stop, and then after that I heard more. Didn't hear her.
I have nothing further.
Director, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time.
Hannah Smith. Your Honor, is it okay if he's excused?
You're not planning to be calling?
I do not.
Yes, sir, it's a public courtroom, but you're also excused if you'd like.
Ma'am, can you state your name and spell for the record, please?
It's Officer Hannah Smith, HANNAHSMITH.
You say you're an officer of the Grand Rapids Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked as an officer of Grand Rapids?
A little over a year.
I'd like to take you back to May 31st of 2023. Were you in the area of Commerce and Goodrich in the city of Grand Rapids?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury why you were there?
I was initially dispatched to a welfare check for an individual who was in a Mercury sedan. And they asked that we check on the welfare of the person who was in the car.
Didn't have a whole lot of information, just kind of a general welfare check on what something was going on.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever find a Mercury sedan when you got to that area?
Not initially.
Where did you go initially?
In the area of Commerce and Ionia, and then the blocks pretty much just north of Wealthy Street.
And then, so then you obviously didn't see it there,
No, sir.
but then it came to your attention that it was parked next to the loose leaf lofts.
333 Commerce, yes.
What did you do when you arrived on scene where you actually saw the vehicle? Can you describe the scene for the jury when you actually saw this move?
Yeah. The vehicle was parked just south of the building. I saw the window was shattered out. I'd been informed that we were treating it as a homicide scene at the time, and by the initial responding officer. And so I immediately started taking off the parking lot area where the vehicle was at.
Now, you've had an opportunity to take a look, we met before to talk about this case. You took a look at a couple photos earlier,
Yes, sir.
and those photos kind of accurately depict the scene as you found it when you started wrapping off the tape.
Yes, sir.
I will move for admission exhibits 2 and 3, Your Honor.
Questions?
No objection.
All right, and admitting people's exhibits two.
Donna, you can put that up there, please.
Officer, can I introduce you to the mic a little closer to you? Thank you very much.
Dan, that maybe help a little bit. Officer, can you tell the jury what we were seeing here in exhibit 2?
Yes, sir. So the Mercury sedan with the open door in the back was the vehicle that we were dispatched to initially check the welfare of the occupant of.
Now, was the door open like that when you first came on scene?
No, sir.
Okay, so that door was shut, maybe? Next one is exhibit 3 here. Can you describe here, just for the record, what that is too?
Yeah, that'd be the parking lot just south of the apartment complex.
But just a different angle
Yes, sir.
than exhibit 2.
Yes, sir.
You say that we're looking at the door behind the driver's side open, that was shut when you first started putting up the tape.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the shattered glass. How close did you get to the vehicle in terms of, did you see anybody in the vehicle when you were on scene?
I didn't get super close to the vehicle, and initially didn't really see anyone in the car.
You could just tell the glass was shattered from the vehicle?
Yes.
And you were notified because there's other officers on scene that it was being treated as homicide?
Yes.
Then describe what happens. The tape, is that your tape that you put up? Yellow?
Part of it was.
As you're doing that, as you're putting up that police tape, what happens then?
I remember at that time that the initial dispatch information had come out that there was a kid in the car, and I realized that nobody had a kid with them at the time. So at that point, I went back to check the vehicle again to see if we possibly missed someone else in the car.
Was that the case?
It was.
Who else was in the car?
We found a young child, maybe 1 or 2, in the back seat where the door would be open.
So the car seat, was it in a car seat in the back seat?
Yes.
And that baby was removed?
Yes.
And any injuries, any problems with the baby?
No injuries. I don't recall fire or medical saying if there were any problems.
But there were no wounds that apparent that you brought the baby up? All right. And then you kind of left it over to the crime scene technicians to kind of start looking at the area a little more closely for any evidence.
Yes, sir.
One more. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No question.
Thank you very much, officer. We appreciate it.
don't know if you want to take a break now, you said 10, 15, 20.
Which is just about right, it just depends on how long your next decision. Does it make sense to take a break now?
It probably makes sense, I'm still waiting for one, so.
That's fair enough. So folks, I always use the court clock, which is the one in the back wall. It's now around 10:20. Let's take about 15 minutes. We'll come back at around 10:35. A little advice for you. Somebody should be opening the door momentarily. Thanks. Please rise. Chris, did you say you're waiting on those?
Yeah, there's one of my next, I mean, I can put somebody else in, but hopefully she shows up, she's supposed to be here right now, so. If I don't have her, I'll put somebody else in.
And everyone can be seated.
Excuse me.
You bring to that. She worked. Hey Jeff.
Yeah.
Just wanted, one of the jurors works with a family member apparently now. Brought up names, what he said he would funny, so I don't know, if that works, cousin that works.
I just don't want it to be.
Yep, I appreciate that.
I don't work with her all this week.
Probably ought to tell the judge. noticed that juror when they were in here. I don't have a problem with it because at the time of the voir dire, the court posed the question of, are any of you aware or have you heard anything about this particular incident? And all the jurors said no, including whichever juror did. So I'm assuming that means that this was not a topic of discussion at work where between, I think, a cousin of Ms. Gomez and whoever it is she works with. So there's been no discussion about it ahead of time. I don't think it's a problem.
All right, Mr. Becker, do you agree that there doesn't really appear to be much of an issue here?
I agree, Your Honor. We've gone over this, we mentioned names, no issue, didn't recognize it, so the fact that maybe a coworker.
Okay, that's fair enough. So it's not on the record. Mr. Becker, is your witness ready, or do you have
So
something?
we have another witness. We're gonna, Orlando, we're gonna have an interpreter too, so I don't know if you want to swear the interpreter for this witness before, or you want to do
That
it
would be
for.
fine. I think that's why that chair was back there was for an interpreter, because we needed one last week as well. So shall we bring jurors in? Oh, what, so is the interpreter Spanish?
Yes.
As well, so do you know, is it gonna be tomorrow or something like that?
No, right, she's the next witness. So the interpreter's gonna be the next witness.
Oh, the interpreter's gonna be the next witness?
With yeah, because with I need, my next witness needs an interpreter.
Yeah, I
so-
understand, and I'm just wondering who the interpreter is going to be.
So-
There it is, there you go, I haven't seen you in a long time.
I know.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Shall we bring jurors in?
I think so, Your Honor.
All right. All rise, please. And we can all see. Folks, we remain in the Bengals case. Mr. Becker, your next witness, please.
Call Orlando Ruelas.
And can I swear you in, please, as an interpreter? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications.
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you so very much. Sir, I wonder if I could ask you to please raise your right hand and face me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Put your hand.
Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Ma'am, would you please ask him to move closer to the microphone and speak up a little bit so we can all hear? I appreciate it.
Letter by letter.
He'd state it first, what his full name is, and then he'd spell his first and last.
Dígalo con su nombre y después letréalo cada letra con su primer nombre y apellido. Orlando Rojas Martinez.
Hey, can you spell it?
¿Lo puedes letrear? O R L A N D O R O J A S M A R T I N E Z.
Thank you. I'd like to take you back to May 31st last year. Were you at the Loose Leaf Lofts in the city of Grand Rapids on that day?
The 31st of May?
Correct.
Yes.
What were you doing there?
The 31st of May?
Estábamos, creo, bebiendo.
I think we were drinking.
You think we were drinking? Who's we?
Piensa que estamos tomando. ¿Quién es nosotros? Excuse me?
Who, you say we, who was drinking? Who are you with?
Usted dice nosotros. ¿Con quién estaba?
Estaba yo y estaba Olvin
It was myself and Owen
y otro chavo.
and another guy.
Okay. What was the other guy's name?
¿Cómo se llama el otro?
Fabian, creo.
Fabian, I think.
That other guy that you were drinking with at Loose Leaf Lofts. Do you see him here in the court today?
Who?
The person you were drinking with is one of the people you were drinking with in this courtroom today.
I really don't know.
You don't know?
No, sorry.
Whose apartment was it? The guy you were drinking? Whose apartment was it?
¿De quién era el apartamento que estaba tomando?
Oh, de Fabián.
Okay.
Ahí vivía la persona, no sé realmente.
Okay, it was Fabian's, and it was a person I really don't know.
Okay, you don't know the person.
No, sorry.
The person's apartment was somebody you really don't know.
Pues yo realmente no lo conozco, simplemente coincidimos ese día.
I really don't know him, but we just like met up that day.
So how did you meet up that day with this Fabian person?
Okay, yo coincidimos con él porque mi otro amigo, Olvin.
We met up because the other friend, Alvin,
Que conozco un poquito más.
that's the one that I know a little more,
Me pidió que fuera, que se pudiera ayudar a ir a cambiar una llanta de su carro.
and he had asked me if I could help him go change a tire on his car,
Y fui con él.
and I went with
Fui
him.
con él y después de que hicimos eso me dijo,
And then after we went and did that,
creo fue antes de esa fecha que el 31 de mayo,
I think it was before the date of the 31st of May,
y me dijo que fuéramos con un amigo a bebernos una cerveza.
and he had told me if I wanted to go to a friend's house to drink a few beers, and I said, yeah, that's fine.
Que fue como conseguimos.
And that's how we met up there.
So you went with your other friend to this Fabian's house?
Yes.
So is it just you, your friend, and Fabian?
Yes.
So you say you're drinking at this house. What are you drinking?
Pues estábamos tomando en esa casa una cerveza.
Well, we were drinking at that house, just some beer.
So as you're drinking at this house with some beer, does a baby show up?
Excuse me?
Does a baby show up?
Llega un bebé.
Sí,
Yes.
teníamos rato que estábamos bebiendo ahí.
Yeah, we had been drinking for a while.
Y el Fabián habló, no sé, sería su novia o su esposa, no sé.
And Fabian called his girlfriend or his wife, I don't know,
Que si podía llevar su bebé, ¿verdad?
if he
Para
could take
cuidarlo
his
un rato.
baby so he could watch the baby for a while.
Como la chava se la llevó.
And that's why the girl took the baby.
So it was Fabian's baby that was at the apartment.
Creo, sí.
I think so, yes.
Well, it wasn't your baby.
No,
It wasn't your friend's baby.
I don't have no babies. Ahí no era amigo de su bebé. No era este bebé de su amigo.
No.
No.
So the only other person in the apartment was Fabian, and so his baby.
El otro que estaba en el apartamento era Fabián, entonces tenía que ser Fabián. Yes, that's correct.
So were you there when the baby arrived from his girlfriend?
Sí, sí llegó el bebé porque yo a la chava realmente no la.
Yeah, because the girl, I actually did not see her.
So how did the baby get into the apartment
¿Cómo
then?
es que el bebé entró al apartamento entonces?
Cuando llega la chava,
When the girl
Me
arrived,
imagino
I
porque
imagine.
le hablaron que saliera por el bebé y
because
entonces
they
Fabián
told him
salió
to
a
go
recoger.
out to get the baby, and that's when Fabian went outside to get the baby.
Where did Fabian do with the baby when he brought it in?
Porque dice Fabian cuando pasó
Pues lo que hace cualquier padre, ¿verdad? por su hijo, cuidar.
whatever
Realmente
a
lo-
dad does, takes care of his
Bueno,
child.
a mi punto de ver lo estaba cuidando muy bien.
My point of view, he was taking good care of it.
So the baby just was there while the three of you, what were you and Fabian and your friend doing? You're drinking, what else were you doing?
Correr, en cuanto llegó el bebé,
When the baby arrived,
Fabián ya no bebió, nomás estaba
Fabian didn't drink anymore.
viviendo yo y mi amigo
It was just me and my
jugando
friend, and we were
mira,
playing pool.
So at some point in time, does the baby leave?
pasa un rato y sí.
So it was a while after that, yes.
Le habla, no estoy seguro si le habló Fabián a su novia.
And I'm not sure if it
Fue
was,
a recogerla o ella
Fabian
lo
called,
llevó ahí.
his wife or girlfriend to come pick up the baby, or if, she called him, I'm not sure.
So what happens, how does the baby leave? Can you remember, can you tell the jury what you remember of that?
No, pues yo recuerdo que él
Well, I remember him,
agarró a su bebé
he
en
grabbed the
brazos,
baby in his arms,
sale y lo entrega,
and he, went to
Vuelve
take the
a entrar.
baby out, and he comes back in,
agarra su mochila
And
donde
he-
portan lo que es la leche, los pañales del bebé.
and he grabbed the bag where you carry like the
Y un
diapers
tanque
and the
de,
milk,
un tanque, ¿cómo se llama? No sé si es oxígeno.
and like, I'm not sure if it was like an oxygen tank or what it was.
Sí, él entregó primero el bebé y después recogió su maleta.
And he, took the baby out first, and then he, took the bag out and that tank.
So he makes at least 2 trips. One trip with the baby, then one trip with the bag and the oxygen tank.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you ever see him with anything else at this period of time?
No, las dos veces que salió entregó el bebé y entregó las cosas, realmente no lo vi más con el bebé, la mochila, el tanque.
No, both times that, he went out, the only thing I saw him was with the baby, the bag, and that oxygen tank.
Did you ever see him with a gun that day?
Pues yo realmente estaba bebido, estaba tomado.
I was really drunk.
Lo vi que traía algo, realmente no le pusimos atención, si quería algún rifle o algo, no le pusimos atención, porque realmente no estábamos jugando y pues ahí estábamos platicando, no estábamos hablando de armas ni de nada por el estilo.
Well, I did see that he did have something, a rifle or a gun, but I was like, we were drinking and we really weren't talking about anything like that.
Well, describe to the jury, when did you see him with a rifle or a gun?
Que si yo lo vi con
Sí.
yo no lo he visto con
No, I did not see him with a gun.
no puedo decir si era pistola o algo. Yo lo vi
I
que traía.
can't say if it was a gun or something.
El transcurso que estuvimos ahí, vi que traía algo, pero pues realmente
did
no,
see that he had
no vi si era
something.
una pistola o
But I don't know if it was a pistol or actually what it was,
yo les digo, pues estaba bebido.
because I was drunk.
What did you see then? I mean, with a pistol?
Vi que traía algo, pero pues no,
I saw he had something,
no vi exactamente si era
but I
pistola.
didn't see if it was a rifle or a pistol.
Okay, so it was at least a gun.
Pero por lo menos que usted sabe que sepa era una arma. What do you mean?
You say you can't tell it was a rifle,
No puede decir usted
you can't tell it was a pistol,
que era pistola.
so but it was definitely a gun that you saw him with.
Sí, como tipo,
Yeah, it was
tipo
some
rifle,
type of a rifle or something.
Okay. Going back to when did you see him with it?
¿Cuándo fue que usted vio eso?
Pues no recuerdo si fue antes de que saliera con la bebé, de que llegara la bebé o después.
I don't remember if it was before the baby got there or if it was afterwards.
Where did you see him with it?
¿Dónde lo vio él con mis armas?
Ahí adentro del apartamento.
There inside the apartment.
What did he do with it?
Nada, realmente llegó, digo, la traía, pero no realmente no dijo nada.
Nothing really, he didn't really say anything, he had it, but he didn't really say anything.
So, I mean, the three of you are drinking, and he has a rifle. Does he carry it around anywhere? Does he put it somewhere? What, he just, how do you describe to the jury what you see him with? What he does with it?
Salió del cuarto,
He came out of the
pero
room,
lo traía normal.
He
Y
had
lo
it
puso
like
por ahí,
normally.
no recuerdo si lo recargó, lo puso arriba de alguna mesa.
I don't remember if he put it like, if he leaned it up on someplace or if he put it up on a table.
Did you ask him about it?
¿Fabián?
Fabian?
Yeah.
Sí.
No.
No.
And nobody asked to see it? It wasn't like you asked to only see the gun, your friend asked to see the gun, he just brought it out on his own?
Sí, no, probablemente no mi amigo ni yo le preguntamos.
No, really, my friend or I, neither one of us asked him.
So I guess at any point in time, after the baby leaves, did you ever see Fabian acting angry?
No, yo no lo vi enojado, él andaba normal.
I didn't see that he was mad, he just appeared to be a normal person.
And that was even after the baby had left?
Sí.
Yes.
How long did you stay in the apartment after the baby left?
Pues realmente no sé el tiempo, sería que algunos 5 o 10 minutos.
It was, I don't really know like the exact time, but it was around 5 or 10 minutes.
So 5 or 10 minutes after the baby left, you left?
Sí.
Yes, we left.
When you say, did all three of you leave?
Entonces usted, cuando dice los tres se fueron?
Realmente no recuerdo yo.
No, I don't really
Realmente
remember.
recuerdo que salí,
I just remember I went out,
salimos, no sé si iría con nosotros,
and
iba
I don't know
mi
if he
amigo,
went with us,
mi
me and my
amigo,
friend, because we were drunk.
y pues yo lo que me acuerdo que nos subimos al carro de mi amigo
And what I do remember is we
No
got
recuerdo
my
si
friend's
iba
car,
Fabián.
but I don't remember if Fabian was
y
with us.
no me recuerdo que
I
llegué a la
just
casa
remember I
y
got
le dije a mi
home,
amigo que ya llegaba
And I told my friend
Yeah.
we're home,
y me deja en la casa por ahí.
and he just dropped me off.
But you're not sure if Fabian was with you at that
Pero
time?
no está seguro que si Fabian estaba con ustedes.
No estoy seguro, yo realmente iba pasado de...
No, I'm not sure because I was, I had drank too much.
I know for the questions you have.
What's the mention?
All three of you were playing pool and drinking beer, correct?
Yes.
And you weren't paying attention as to how much each one of you were drinking briefly.
No.
And Fabian eventually was coming and going with his child in these articles. Correct?
Yes.
And you weren't really paying attention to what he was doing at that time either, were you?
No, I wasn't paying attention, just on the baby.
You direct on that?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir. Step down.
Come on, Mr. Reinhold. Ma'am, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
It's Marissa Reinhold, MARISA, REINHOLD.
Could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a crime scene technician for the Grand Rapids Police Department.
And could you tell the jury what a crime scene technician does for the police department?
So a crime scene technician responds to various crime scenes throughout the city, anything from a burglary to a death investigation.
And what do you say you respond? What are your responsibilities when you do respond?
We search for evidence, we document, collect, process the evidence, write reports, occasionally testify in court.
Now, I'd like to take you back to May 31st of 2023. Were you working as a crime scene tech then?
Yes,
And did you get dispatched to the loose leaf blocks to assist in an investigation?
yes.
Are you alone when are you the only crime scene tech there, or are you with the others there?
I was not alone, there was one other technician.
But part of your duties is to kind of, you do your own thing, but you also help out with these other crime scene techs, is that correct?
Yes, so occasionally for larger scenes, one technician will essentially take the lead, and any technician there is there to assist.
So in terms of specifically for this investigation, you've had an opportunity to take a look at some photos of the scene, if you will. There's kind of two scenes, outside and inside.
Yes,
And you were both outside and inside, but you were more the lead on inside.
yes, correct.
But you can testify what the outside looked like, and the photos there were fairly accurate of what you were there at the scene.
Yes,
At this point in time, I'd like to move for addition of, let's go 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, admitting people's exhibits 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
All right. You get that was the. Maybe I'll back it up just one, you recognize this scene then? This has been exhibit 3 that's already been entered into. You recognize this scene?
yes,
And so this is the scene we were just talking about that you were dispatched to.
yes.
We're gonna go to exhibit 4 now. What are we looking at here?
So this would be, it's a silver Milan vehicle. And if you look to the passenger side, there's a gray blanket on the ground.
I think I'm gonna try and, there we go. Just the button there. And you know that.
This is the gray blanket I was referencing.
Okay. And in terms of, this is what the scene was when nobody's touched anything, nobody's moved anything, you just take a picture of the scene as is.
Yes,
Now we're gonna go to exhibit 6. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
this is what I believe to be an oxygen tank, and this is the front passenger compartment of that vehicle.
And that would be the victim then on the top part of the driver's side.
Yes, the driver's seat, front driver.
Now exhibit 7, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
So this is that same vehicle. Over here, these are markers 1 through 7, and they are each marking a casing.
Okay, and I'll go, in terms of exhibit 8, what are we looking at here?
This is a close-up, essentially, of those markers 1 through 7, showing markers 5 and 6. And these are the casings.
Can you tell the jury what a casing is? What is it specifically, what is a casing to you?
A casing is a component of a bullet. So you have a full cartridge when it's unfired, and once it's fired from the gun, the cartridge casing is expelled. And this is what that is.
So I'm gonna go back again. So when you have exhibit 7, it appears there's 7 markers there, that would be 7 separate casings?
Yes,
Does that indicate to you the gun was fired 7 times?
yes,
And these are all, they're casings, not full bullets, that's a difference.
yes, they're all 8 casings.
Now exhibit 10, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
These are the same, it's a little harder to see, markers 1 through 7. We're just looking at them from a different angle.
And this would be a stairwell to, where's the stairwell lead to?
The stairwell leads to the apartment complex. This is the parking lot that we were looking at earlier, and this is like the northwest end of it.
Now what are we looking at here in exhibit 12?
This is a sketch of the scene. This would be that silver vehicle. These would be the markers 1 through 7, and here's a blown up image since they're pretty close together. And this is that stairwell.
Okay, and then where would the door to the apartment, where would that be on this diagram, if you will, approximately?
The door is on the west end.
So just for the record, you're indicating just to the, there's kind of a blue, the blue, is that a trash can, I can't? Just kind of above that?
Yes.
Just above that, that would be the door to go into the roof, the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of, you did this diagram?
I did.
And this, when it says the 1 through 7 Wolf 223 casings, what is a Wolf 223 casing? So you talk about casings, what's Wolf 223?
Wolf 223 is on the headstand of that casing, so I believe it was just the manufacturer, and then 223 is the size.
And then I'm going to show you now, we have a picture of the body now. Just give you a warning. What are we looking at in Exhibit 12 here?
This is the victim, which again is the front passenger seat of that vehicle.
And this would be how she appeared when police arrived on scene and you arrived on scene that day?
Yes.
Okay. Get out there. If you want to take that down for a second, kind of that. For the record, reflect on Officer Kirkhoff, Exhibit 5. I'm going to show you what we marked as Exhibit 5 for identification purposes. You recognize that?
I didn't establish this, but yes.
Your partner did, that was on scene with you.
Yes.
So this was, in terms of the package, when you say you didn't package it, what is it from the appearances?
The tag states that it is the blanket from ground next to vehicle.
So the photo we saw, the gray blanket, this would be the actual blanket.
Yes.
I move the admission of Exhibit 5, Your Honor.
All right.
You got gloves here, maybe we can open it up and then. She need one?
I have scissors if you want.
Yeah.
Do you want me to hold it up?
Yeah, because you. Now, obviously, this is taken directly from the scene. There's no defects in this, there's no, that would indicate any shots were fired through it. This is a intact blanket, if you will.
It appears so.
And that would be taken and packaged and just left in evidence for until this period.
Yes.
I'll put that back again.
I'll do my best.
Now, part of your responsibilities were also to take photos inside.
Yes.
So there's a search warrant done of the actual apartment.
Yes.
I'd like to focus your attention, probably can turn that back on, Deb. Look at exhibits 21, 22, 23, 24. I move those admissions, Your Honor.
Objections?
No objection.
Exhibits 21 through 24.
I'm showing exhibit 21, because you tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So this is apartment number 13. This is the essentially kitchen area, and then back here is like the living room area.
Exhibit 22, can you tell what we're looking at here?
So this is a dividing wall. The side we're looking at is the living room. On the opposite side would be a bedroom.
When we say wall, that wall doesn't go all the way to the top.
Correct. There's a gap between the ceiling.
It's kind of it's a loft, it's a very high ceilings.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
So this is that same dividing wall, but now on the bedroom side.
So it's just looking at two sides of the same wall.
Yes.
And finally, exhibit 24, what are we looking at here?
This is a firearm that's sitting up on top of that dividing wall.
Now, these were pictures that you actually took.
Yes.
And these accurately depict how that firearm was on top of the wall in the search room later.
Yes, and this light is a flashlight trying to illuminate it to see it better.
Now, did you actually see that, or did somebody point it out, this gun to you?
It was pointed out to me.
But you just took the photos, and then somebody else sees it?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Side, nothing there. Call Michael Hixon.
Good morning. Sir, you want to come right on along, you're doing it just right. So you're going to be sitting in that chair for that 3 minutes. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to hear with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please.
Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Michael Hixon, Michaelhixon.
Sir, I'd like to take you back to May 31st of last year. Where were you living?
Loose leaf lofts at Commerce, 313 Commerce Ave.
Now, on that day, on May 31st specifically, were you home that day?
I was, yes.
Why were you home that day?
I was working remotely that day.
Now, as you're working remotely that day, did something unusual happen that kind of caught your attention outside?
Yes, I was listening to a podcast at the time, but I heard what it sounded gunshots outside of my apartment.
You know, how many?
I don't believe the exact number, no, but I want to say it was like 5 or 6.
So when you hear that, what did you do?
I didn't immediately go right to the door. There was obviously a small buffer, maybe a minute or so. I looked outside my slider door just to see if there was anything going on out there. And as I looked to the left, I saw someone going out of the building.
I'm sorry, you.
I saw someone entering the apartment building.
I'm gonna put up, if you can turn it on, I'm gonna put up exhibit 11 for you on the wall. Yeah, it may help, but can you see that okay?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea where approximately is it? I think there should be a pointer right there next to your right. Where approximately is your apartment on this diagram?
Back in this area, back here.
So it's kind of a long area, you're down there, are you actually on the ground floor?
Correct.
So when you walk out, you're walking out onto a patio or something?
Correct.
All right. How far down is your apartment from, is there a door there? A door into the apartment?
There's one outside apartment right here. There's a public door right there, and then a few windows, and then my door that I looked out of is outside of that one.
Okay, when you say you saw somebody going into the apartment inside, which door were they going into? The public one or a different one?
The public one,
Okay. And so how far away is that from your apartment?
like 10 feet, 10, 15 feet.
And so describe for the jury what you saw. I think you can turn the light now, thank you. Describe for the jury exactly what you saw, what you mean when you said somebody going into the apartment.
I saw someone rounding the corner on the sidewalk to go up to the public door, and they had what appeared to be a gun on their right side.
Can you give a description of what kind of gun?
It was like a rifle, some sort of.
Okay. Did you know who that person was?
I'd seen him before, yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you point him out and describe something he's wearing here today?
Yes, he's wearing a white t-shirt.
Okay. Let the record reflect he's identified the defendant, Your Honor? You knew him, I mean, you're not friends with him, did you know him just from being in the apartment?
Correct, yeah. I had seen him a couple times around the building in that same public door.
How was he? Was he running? Was he walking? How can you describe how he was going towards?
It didn't seem erratic, but it was trying to get in the building, I would say, relatively quickly.
And did you say anything to him?
I did not. I thought we made eye contact, and he looked my way, but that was it. I just saw him, and then he entered the building, and that was it.
From your perspective, can you see the actual parking lot?
I cannot.
So you didn't know anything, didn't hear any screaming, didn't hear anything like
I
that?
did not. Nothing, no.
And you hadn't heard anything before the shots?
Correct.
So you hear shots, you see how long after the shots did you see the defendant with a rifle approximately?
Within 5 minutes, for sure.
Did you call the police?
I did not.
Why not?
I had seen him before, so I didn't jump to, he had obviously done something. I saw the gun, made note of it, and was planning on bringing it up to my landlord, but I just didn't think anything was alarming to him other than the gun.
Okay. But then the police showed up soon after that?
Correct, within 15 minutes, all the police were there.
And that's when you told the police what you had seen?
Correct.
And his apartment was, do you know which apartment his was?
I don't remember the exact number now.
But it was near yours?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Thank you very much, Sue, for coming in. We appreciate it.
Call Adam Baylis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but it.
I do.
Please.
Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Adam Baylis, Baylis, doing the same.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer with the Grand Rapids Police Department.
And specifically as a police officer, what are you assigned to now?
I'm currently assigned to the Detective Damon and the Major Crimes.
And you were assigned to that major crimes team back on May 31st of 2023?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury how you got involved in this specific case?
Myself and Detective Lang had just returned to the police department. Shortly after when we arrived, we learned that there was a death investigation that was taking place.
What do you do upon receiving that information?
We were asked by our captain to respond to the scene to assist with the investigation.
So what do you do when you get there?
When I arrived there, or when we arrived there, we met with Sergeant Cananbel, learned some of the basic known facts.
Now, in terms of, kind of cutting the chase away here, one of those things was you realized there was a security cameras in the building. Is that
That's
a fair
correct.
statement?
Yes.
What do you do to try and access those and look to see if there's any evidence on those security cameras?
So Sergeant Cananbel had his hands full, but he was able to speak briefly with the manager of Loose Leaf Lofts, and his name was Dan Tarkle, I believe. And he was still nearby, and we were still trying to assess if potentially the suspect involved was still around. So I thought it was important to get that information sooner rather than later. So I went with Dan, and we went to kind of a closet area and started reviewing the security footage.
So in terms of, you're reviewing the actual footage from the security cameras on scene that day?
Yes.
Did anything jump out to you that day, I guess, in terms of reviewing the cameras?
Yes, so we'd identified some of the parties involved, and we were aware that Leia had relationship problems with the individual, so we had aware of his name. And one of the other detectives from the building had actually sent me a picture of him.
So I started reviewing the security footage with Dan, and I actually saw him coming and going, and the time frame of when the shots fired call was called.
Okay. And you know, maybe not that day, but at some point in time, you basically took snippets of some of those videos and seeing him coming and going?
Yes,
And you also took some still shots of those?
correct.
All right. I will move the admissions exhibits 13 through 20, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, I'll move to people's exhibits 13 through 20.
Now, we got exhibit 13 up there. Can you tell the jury exactly what we're looking at here?
So this is one of the ground level entrances. It's actually kind of a basement on the southwest corner of the building.
All right. Maybe it would help if we go back. Going back to this diagram, which they're talking about the basement entrance. Where would that entrance be on the diagram approximately? And there's a laser pointer right there, I think, next to you. That would help.
So it's right about here.
Okay. So this is so that exhibit shows that door, if you will, from the inside.
Correct.
All right. Now, I don't know, it's hard to see, but in terms of, there's a date and time at the top kind of across there.
Yes.
You know, it says May 31st, and it appears to be 2:57:28.
Yes.
Did you ever check to see how accurate is that? Is that close, far away? You know, sometimes it'll be an hour off, sometimes they're.
Yeah, sure. We have a detective that actually goes and collects all of our video evidence, and when he does that, part of his job is he kind of determines what the DVR time is compared with the real time or actual time.
And so was that fairly accurate in terms of the time frame?
Yeah, I believe he determined it was like within a minute of real time.
So in terms, I'm going to play this now, hopefully. So that essentially, is that the first instance you see the defendant on that day?
Yes, in that time frame, yes.
All right, now exhibit 14, kind of the same shot, if you will, but this looks a little bit later.
Correct.
And just for the record, that indicates it's approximately 3:01 and 27 when he goes out the door.
Yes.
And now what is exhibit 15? What is kind of the same thing here?
Yes.
Now, did that jump out to you, exhibit 15?
Yes, it did.
Why is that?
Because he appeared that he was carrying a long gun concealed under the blanket.
Now, what is that there? We just saw exhibit 16. What is this?
So at 3:17, you see Mr. Bernal-Sosa returning, and looks like he's hiding something behind his back.
Now, you took some still shots, obviously, from some of these pictures as well. What are we looking at in exhibit 17?
So that's at approximately 2:51 p.m., and that's Mr. Bernal-Sosa carrying his daughter outside.
What are we looking at in exhibit 18?
There are 4 photos. Again, it's just for our purposes, kind of establishing a timeline of events, and it's him coming and going at various times.
But these are actually still shots of some of the videos we just saw.
Correct.
So you just took a picture, stopped the video and took a picture of that.
Yes.
Okay, then exhibit 19, what are we looking at here?
That's again on May 31st at approximately 3:14 p.m. He's leaving, and he's carrying a rigid object that is concealed by a blanket under his right arm.
So in terms of this was, you know, we just talked about the video that kind of jumped out at you. This is just a still shot from that video.
Yes. It's also the last time, that he goes to the car.
It's the last time he actually leaves the building?
Yes.
But you do see him come in, that one video where he's hiding himself, that comes after this one, this picture?
Correct.
Just to be clear, this is the still shot from that video after he had exited with that blanket and the
Correct. Correct.
terms of this, going back to Exhibit 18, that once again, the timestamps, the 3:01, that's him leaving with the oxygen tank, correct?
Yes,
Is that 3:07 is when he's coming back in from the oxygen tank, essentially?
yes,
Okay. And then afterwards is when he leaves again with the rifle, if you will?
yes.
Anything further, Your Honor?
Cross-examination? No questions. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Your Honor, I don't know if we can take an early lunch. I got to run out of witnesses. I got some other people coming in.
That's what we'll do. We'll take it from the lunch. So, folks, again, the court clock says 11:25. You think, say 12:45, Mr. Becker? You think we could have-
I think that should be okay.
Around 12:45. So why don't we take a lunch break until 12:45 and enjoy your lunch, and we'll rise for you, folks. Please rise for the chair. And we can all be seated. Thank you. Well, it's not only long, that's progress.
Yes. Yeah, I think we probably should wrap up this afternoon.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I think we could redo all day today. Anything else, gentlemen, anyone put anything on the record before we take our own lunch break, Mr. Becker?
That's me, Your Honor.
Thank you all very much. We'll see you
Make
back.
sure you take everything with you because the courtroom will be locked for
Okay,
the lunch period.
you are gonna lock
And we can all be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, after your lunch break, we remain in the people's case. Mr. Becker, I'll turn it back to you.
Constantine Minos.
I do.
Sir, could you state your name and spell for the record, please?
Sergeant Benjamin Umanos, U-M-A-N-O-S.
And sir, you're a sergeant in the Grammars Police Department?
That's correct.
And were you a sergeant back on May 31st of 2023?
No, I was an officer assigned to special response
So
team.
you've been promoted since then?
That's correct.
Now, back then, you said you were an officer assigned to the special response team. Could you describe to the jury what the special response team is?
Special response team, and I guess common terms is the SWAT team, our chaplain team. We handle the high-risk search warrants, critical incidents, fugitive apprehension, so like some of the higher risk incidents in the city.
Now, on that day, did you get dispatched as part of the special response team to do a search warrant at the Moose Leaf Farms?
Initially, we responded to a shooting that had just occurred in front of that apartment building.
Okay. But then after that, then you decided, then you were directed to do a search warrant as part of that investigation?
Eventually, a search warrant was executed at that building.
Was that specifically apartment number 13?
That's correct.
What do you do specifically when you do a high-risk search warrant, and what did you do in this specific instance?
As a team, we respond with a full complement of officers to safely clear and secure an area that might have experienced some violence, so that detectives can further investigate the situation. On that day, I was assigned as the rear guard assistant team leader, so I was, if you think of an entry team going into a building, I was kind of overwatch for the safety of the other officers.
If you could turn on the overhead, please. Should be on. I don't need that.
Let's take you back. It should be switching over to you right now. There.
That's not my. That's not what I have up. Should I get out of it, go back in?
Is that your computer?
Shouldn't have done anything different,
Do you want me to take this off until you get to the screen that you want?
I have a screen on.
to
It's-
that.
You agree to that?
Figures in. There it goes, all right. All right, there we go. All right, now we finally got exhibit 21. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that as?
That appears to be the interior of apartment 13, from the kitchen looking kind of in the northeast direction towards the living room.
Okay, and so this would be the part you were just talking about searching, where you were the rear guard, providing cover for the rest of the officers as they went in.
That's correct.
I'm going to move it a little ahead a little bit. Exhibit 24. Can you see that?
I can.
What do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that as?
That appears to be a picture from inside the bedroom, the one bedroom of the apartment. The bedroom and the living room were divided by a wall that didn't go fully to the top of the ceiling. There was about maybe a 2.5 foot gap between the ceiling and the top of the wall. While searching the bedroom area, I did observe an AR-15 style rifle sitting on top of the wall that divided the bedroom and the living room.
How did you observe that? Was it like this when you first noticed it, or did you notice it in a different fashion?
I believe I stood up on the bed to check to see if there was anybody hiding on that wall, and I saw the rifle laying there.
Okay. So you're still in the bed, in the bedroom, and then we're able to see just through the top, and nobody was up there, obviously.
Correct.
You did see the gun just lying there.
Right.
Did I go a little bit forward? You showed exhibit 26, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize exhibit 26 as?
That was a rifle casing, a live, unspent rifle casing that we found next to the foosball table in the living room.
So is that, and it looks like there's a door there, is that, or a door frame, is that door going into the bedroom then, kind of on the opposite side of where the,
So I believe if you can see kind of the light.
there's a pointer right there too.
Let's see if I can do this right. So I believe, if my memory serves correctly, that the bedroom was in this area over here, and this is the kitchen area here, and this light that you see under the foosball table, I believe is coming from the open door to the hallway, into down here to the apartment building.
Okay. We're gonna go to exhibit 27. What do you see, what do you recognize this as?
The unspent rifle round that was located.
So that was just a close-up of exhibit 26.
Right.
And I would move for the admissions of exhibit 26 and 27, Your Honor. I don't believe those are actually admitted yet.
They have not yet made any objections.
No objection.
All right, now admit people's exhibits 26 and 27.
Now, you weren't responsible for, you didn't seize any of that, these are how they appeared to you, but you didn't, another officer would have grabbed them as part of evidence if you will.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
And someone in your team had a search warrant for this particular apartment before you went in?
At that time, we were clearing it for additional victims.
Okay, so you went in, and then were you part of the team that came back and executed the search warrant?
I was not.
So this gun was found the first time anybody went in before the search warrant was obtained, is that
Correct, while we were
correct?
checking the victims.
You said you got up on the bed to look over the wall to see if there's anybody up there?
Correct.
Well, isn't the bedroom on the inside?
Of the apartment?
Yes.
Yes. that is
Well, in
on
other
the
words, if
apartment.
you come into the apartment, wouldn't you hit the living room first and then the bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, so you already cleared the living room, right?
Correct.
And then you went into the bedroom,
Correct.
and wouldn't you be looking back into the living room over the wall?
I don't believe at that time it was noticed that the wall was, that there was separation between the top of the wall and the ceiling.
Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. Phil Brother?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thanks. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to uphold the testimony you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please.
Sir, could you state your name and spell for the record, please?
Philip Rein, Phillip Rein.
Sir, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Grand Rapids Police Department.
And were you working as a detective back on May 31st of 2023?
I was.
Did you go to the loose leaf lofts and assistance in a homicide investigation?
I did.
What were your specific duties on that day?
My first duty that day was to draft a search warrant for the apartment and then to execute and search the apartment.
So you got, when you say draft and execute, drafting it, and then you get it signed by a judge, and then you go into the apartment to do the search.
That's correct.
What do you do when you do search that apartment number 13 at Loose Leaf Lofts?
First I was, briefed by Sergeant McCammon, who was part of the special response team, as to what they saw in that apartment when they're looking for people, and then search for evidence inside the apartment.
So one of the things where you briefed that there may have possibly been a firearm inside that apartment.
Yes.
What did you do in relation to that firearm? In terms of getting that information, what did you do specifically?
They described where it was. It was a crawl space, or a small space between a bedroom that was on the northeast corner of the apartment and the living room. There was a 3 to 4 foot gap between those two spaces, and that's where I was told the firearm was located.
Did you get a ladder or anything? How'd you?
Yeah, there's a stool, I believe, that was in the bedroom. And I was able to step up on that and remove the fire from where it's located.
The record reflect, Ms. Kirkhoff, exhibit 25. Take a look at that. There's scissors there for anybody. So do you recognize what's contained in the box of exhibit 25?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a AR-15 style 223 rifle.
And this is the exact rifle that you took down from the loft?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 25, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right.
If you can take it out of the box, I'll show it for the jury's benefit. Now, at this point in time, that weapon's unloaded right now.
Correct, yeah, I made sure that there's no magazine in there. The slide is locked back to the rear so that nothing can be found in that rifle.
And you can put it down now, you put it away. Now, going back to the time you actually, when you found it in the loft, was it unloaded like this?
It was not.
You've had an opportunity to take a look at some photos regarding some of the magazine, the bullets that were in the weapon at the time?
That's correct.
And those photos that you saw accurately depict how they were in the weapon when you found it?
That's correct.
I move the admission of exhibit 2829, Your Honor.
Any objections?
Just a second. No objection.
All right, I'll admit exhibit 28 and 29.
So could you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That is a magazine that was located inside the rifle. So as I demonstrated with the rifle, on the bottom side of the platform, the magazine goes into the rifle and you pull the slide back to the chamber.
Okay. And so this is exactly how the bullets that were remaining in the rifle when you pulled it out?
That's correct.
And then exhibit 29, what are we looking at here?
Those are the case or the cartridges that go into that magazine that feed singly at a time.
Okay. And so those are actually what was kind of left in the magazine and then you pulled them out individually in essence?
I don't believe I pulled them out. Forensics would usually do that portion.
Okay, but you didn't pull it out, so this is what they would appear when you take them out.
That's correct.
And this was all turned over for the crime scene techs and forensics after you took the weapon down and made it safe and took the magazine out and so forth.
That's correct.
Yeah. Take it back to, yes. Did you look at exhibit 27 at all?
I did, yes.
Okay, in terms of exhibit 27, this photo of the bullet found on the ground, was that the same bullet in essence that was in the magazine as well?
It's the same make of the ammunition that was in the weapon.
Okay, what kind of make of ammunition was that?
It was Wolf.
What do you mean, Wolf is like a brand name?
It's a brand name, correct?
So Wolf was in these bullets on the ground, Wolf was in the cartridge as well?
That's correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
When you made this gun safe, in your report, you state that the bolt was back, but there was nothing in the chamber, correct? Does that ring a bell with you, or do you want to see your report?
That does ring a bell. I believe the bolt was forward with the magazine in the chamber.
Oh, the bolt of the rifle was forward. That would mean that if you pulled the trigger, it wouldn't fire because there's no bullet in the chamber itself, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Did you have any problem clearing that gun?
I did not.
All right. But if somebody is shooting this, well, you're familiar with this type of a rifle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And basically, as fast as you can pull the trigger, it'll shoot, correct?
That's correct.
So if there's no bullet in the chamber, then it would not, it would be empty, it wouldn't shoot again and then reload into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
All right, so if somebody wanted to unload this entire clip at the same time, this would have interrupted it, correct?
Possibly, sir.
Okay, and there were about 8 more bullets in the banana clip, is that correct?
There were, and the top 2 bullets were basically perpendicular to each other versus in that kind of magazine, one bullet sits a touch higher than the other bullet does.
Right.
That way it feeds it, so that with those 2 rounds that were sitting perpendicular, I'm not sure if that would fire another round or not.
Okay, so that, and just based upon the way it looked like somebody either loaded it incorrectly or something and it jammed or it stopped shooting after a certain period of
possibly.
time. Okay, and there were still bullets left in the magazine, correct?
That's correct, sir.
I have no other questions.
Can you read your right?
Just briefly on that, if we could get it, all right, going back. When you talk, is this what you're talking about in terms of exhibit 28?
That's correct.
Can you explain that to the jury again in terms of that they should be more on top of one another instead of side by side as you see them here?
Yeah, that's correct. So with a magazine like that, they can usually hold 30 rounds. And when you feed them in, one at a time, one goes down, the other one kind of sets offset on top of it. So they don't all go down one side straight. There's an offset to each round every time you load another round into that magazine. So that picture depicts that these 2 rounds, if I'm using an example of my fingers, they're literally side by side and not on top of each other.
So that would prevent the feeding into the magazine to fire more rounds.
That's correct.
So you don't know if it was a malfunction, loaded improperly, you don't know why, but that would be an issue.
That's correct.
Thank you, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
We cross on that?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Call Detective Brown.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please.
Ma'am, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Veronica Coronal, VeronicaCor.
Could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a police officer with the Grand Rapids Police Department.
Just have a quick issue. Just want to go over that. What are your specific responsibilities with the police department?
I'm assigned to the Vice unit.
Okay, so Vice, you do some undercover stuff and stuff where you're out in the, not in uniform, if you will.
Correct, I work in undercover capacity.
Okay. So going back to this investigation, how did you get involved in this investigation regarding the homicide that happened on May 31st?
I was contacted by Detective Baylis and Lang, and I asked if I could assist them in translating the interview.
In terms of translating the interview, where did this interview take place at?
At the Cook County Jail in Chicago.
So you traveled with them to go to Chicago to just specifically help interview the suspect?
Correct.
Now, in terms of that, are you a licensed translator?
I am not.
Is Spanish your first language or your second language?
It's my first language.
Okay. So So is it something that you're often asked to do as part of your duties with the police department, is help translate in similar circumstances?
Yes, correct.
How long have you been working with the police department?
For over 8 years now.
Do you have any idea how many times you've been asked to help translate in different circumstances?
Too many to remember countless times.
But in this circumstance, that's what your duty was, and you simply translated what the detectives asked, and then what the defendant's response was.
That's correct.
You did nothing more.
Correct.
You didn't add anything,
Nope.
you didn't take anything away.
I don't know.
All right. Just to be clear, make sure we're talking about the same thing. You've had an opportunity to take a look at the video of this interview.
Yes,
And did you recognize yourself?
I did.
Play a little bit of Exhibit 31 here.
Is there a video of that?
There's a video, it should be. Takes a second to come up, I think. See yourself on this video right there?
Yes.
So that's you, that's the defendant, and your interview at the Cook County Correctional Facility.
Correct.
You did your best to be as accurate as you could.
Yes.
And you weren't responsible for any questions, you yourself, you just did the questions from them.
Right, just the translation.
Thank you, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
No cross, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Just to be clear, Mr. Becker, you did not yet move.
Not yet.
Motion 31.
We're gonna work on it.
Fair enough.
Oh, Donna Boss?
Good afternoon. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please.
Ma'am, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I work as a professional interpreter and translator.
Now, in terms of a professional interpreter and translator, who do you work for?
I formed my own limited liability company, Developing Language Resources, so I work for myself.
How long have you owned that company?
Since April of 2010.
And how long have you been doing translation? Did you do translation prior to starting the company?
I started interpreting in early spring of 91 until 93, left the country, came back, started in November 2006, and I've been interpreting and translating since then.
And in
Your Honor,
terms
I will stipulate to the fact that she is an expert in this area. I use her, so.
That's fine, unless Mr. Becker, you want to go through this.
no, I think that's fine. I think if he stipulates to an expert, I think.
That's fine, so stipulation in the legal sense, folks, means an agreement. So there is an agreement that Ms. Oz is in fact an appropriate and expert in translation. Thank you.
Now, in terms of an expert in translation, is it specifically Spanish?
Spanish and Romanian.
Now, in this instance, you were asked to take a look at a video, or excuse me, an audio tape of a statement made in this case.
Yes.
And what did you do in terms of listening to that? What were you asked to do?
I believe the recording was about 39 minutes long. I listened to it in its entirety 2 or 3 times before I did anything. And then I needed to make a written transcript of every word that was said
in the order it was said and by whom it was said. That took a few more hours.
And part of that was trying to really discern the translation between what was said in English and what was said by both the translator then and the defendant in Spanish, correct?
Yes, whatever was said, I typed it in that language. So you have 28 pages of lines, some in English, some in Spanish. So you get an exact representation of what it was done at the time of the interview.
And that, I'll just make sure we have a copy of this. Mr. Kirkhoff's been given a copy of this. Does this appear to be what you came up with as part of that? What you were just describing in the transcript?
Yes, this is it.
And I guess, just in general, did you notice any errors? Did you know the interpreter specifically for the police department making any errors in terms of wrongly translating in any way that, changed what the conversation was that you heard?
I did not hear anything that was in error. There were a couple of times where she added a word that he didn't say to make the meaning a little more complete, but it did not change, in essence, what was said.
So she did as an accurate job as could be in interpreting both ways.
Yes,
And that is kind of reflected, you reflect those exact words in this transcript.
yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
I have no questions.
Very good, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Call Detective Lang.
You sound swear on the phone. Yes, you want to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good.
Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Damon Lang, D-A-M-O-N, Lang, L-A-N-G-E.
Could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the city of Grand Rapids.
And are you specifically assigned to the detective bureau at this point in time?
Yes, I'm assigned to the detective bureau and the major case team.
And you were assigned back in May 31st on that same job responsibility back then as well?
I was.
Could you tell the jury how you got involved in this case?
As stated earlier by Detective Baylis, we were working that day, our normal shift. Heard the call come out of a shooting, noted the location, noted that some of the air traffic confirmed that there was a deceased individual there. We then responded to the scene based on what our captain and supervisors had told us to do.
Now, kind of moving ahead, part of after you gathered a lot of evidence, talked to some witnesses, at some point in time, you actually got a warrant for the defendant's arrest.
Yeah, on the 5th of, so basically met with Mr. Becker, went over the case, sent over the case on the 5th of June, swore to a warrant virtually before Judge Faber. So, yes.
Now, at that point in time, had you spoken with the defendant?
No.
Did you get a chance to speak with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
That was on the 4th of June.
The 4th of June?
I'm sorry, 14th. So see the warrant on the 9th. He was subsequently arrested by a fugitive task force with marshal service on the 9th. And then on the 14th, Detective Baylis, Detective Coronal, and myself responded to Cook County Jail and performed an interview with Mr. Bernal-Sosa.
And he was arrested based on this warrant that you already had?
Correct.
And so when you go down to the Cook County Correctional Facility, you remember what time of the day this took place at?
I know we left fairly early, so it was probably 2-3 hour drive, so I think it was roughly somewhere around 11:30, if memory serves me correct.
You're talking in the morning?
In the morning, yes.
So it was during the day, it wasn't in the middle of the night?
No.
And when you sat down to interview the defendant, this, I've already seen part of it, you saw part of it, Exhibit 31, that's your body cam?
It is.
And so you turned on your body cam to record the entire thing, and this is an accurate depiction of the conversation you had?
Yes. Turned on my body cam, left it on for the duration, and never turned it off.
Now during the body cam, it looks like Detective Baylis kind of took the lead, if you will, early on. Is there any particular reason for that?
No, I think we kind of kind of came with a game plan beforehand, and he basically was going to talk with them initially, and then I was going to then come in with photos and start to try and confirm some known facts of the case with them.
Now, before you spoke with him, you were there when Detective Baylis, he was read his Miranda rights?
He was.
And after he was read his Miranda rights, the defendant still agreed to speak with you?
He did.
And just to be safe, the person that you spoke with back in June of last year, he's here in the court today?
Yes, he's seated over next to Mr. Kirkhoff in the orange checker shirt.
I'll let the record reflect he's identified the defendant, Your Honor.
We will.
At this point in time, I move the admission to Exhibit 31.
Any objections?
No objections. Can we approach real quick? I'm just passing out the transcript so they can follow it.
They can follow along.
You're not asking to.
No, I don't think you.
I will connect people to Exhibit 31, which is the video.
I was going to plan on, as a record, we're going to hand out the transcripts. This is not evidence, though. The evidence is actually the video, but this can help them follow along with the video.
In other words, it's an aid for you.
I think I have a copy for the court. Copy. Hold on. Okay. Remember, I turned off my sound.
Somos el departamento de policía de Grand Rapids.
You probably have a lot of questions as to what's going on.
Quizás tengas muchas preguntas de lo que está pasando.
Yeah. Okay. We also have some questions
También
we'd like
nosotros
to ask
tenemos
you.
preguntas que te tenemos.
Okay. Okay. But before we do that, we
Pero
got to
antes
tell
de
you your rights.
empezar que tenemos que leer tus derechos.
It doesn't mean you did anything
No
wrong.
significa que hiciste algo malo.
It's just something that we got to do.
Solamente es algo que tenemos que hacer.
Okay.
Yeah. So, tienes el derecho de mantener en silencio cada cosa que diga puede ser usado contra usted en una corte de ley. Si tiene algunas preguntas, si que gustaría un abogado antes o durante las preguntas, puede pedir uno. Si gusta un abogado y no tiene los fondos para uno, la corte le dará. ¿Es de los derechos que tiene preguntas?
Oh,
No. I said, if you have any questions about his
Good. We're here to talk about Leah.
Estamos aquí para hablarlo de Lea.
Did you hear what happened to her?
¿Escuchaste de lo que le pasó?
Yeah.
Sí, porque viene,
Yes, because
viene el celular,
I saw on her cell phone.
ya,
Oh, ¿en el celular de ella o de?
en el mío.
Oh, he saw it in
Yeah.
his phone.
I'm very sorry. It's a very tragic and unfair thing that happened to her.
Muchas disculpas, es una tragedia de lo que le pasó a ella.
No, ya.
Do you know anything that happened to her?
¿Sabes lo que le pasó?
Ya. O sea, me contaron que
Well, I was told
dispararon.
that someone shot her.
Ya.
Okay. Where were you living?
¿Dónde estaba viviendo?
Yo, o en el departamento al lado.
In the apartment to the side.
So, ya.
Meat plots. Is that what it's called?
El departamento, ¿cuál departamento?
O el Tree Commerce.
33
Yeah.
Commerce.
Okay. Do you remember which apartment?
¿Cuál apartamento? El número de la habitación.
13.
Number 13.
13. Okay. Did you live there alone?
¿Vivía ahí solo?
Sí.
Okay. Where, so this happened on what day again? Wednesday the 31st of May.
El miércoles 31 de mayo
No. ¿Qué?
That's when that happened.
es cuando pasó
No.
lo de Lea.
Ya.
In the afternoon hours.
Pues ese día yo le dejé la
Well,
niña.
that day I left her daughter. I gave her her daughter.
Okay.
Ya.
Yeah.
Sí. Ya.
Did you guys have any arguments or any problems?
¿Tenían alguna discusión o problemas ese día?
No.
Did you hear who might have done this or have any idea who might have wanted to do this?
¿Escuchó quién haya disparado? Shooting?
Pero ella me dijo que
No,
nos
she
estaba
told me
siguiendo.
that someone was following us.
Yo por eso me
That's why
corrí.
I ran.
Ya.
You ran?
¿A dónde corrió?
Acá para Chicago. Aquí en Chicago.
And that's why I ran over here to Chicago.
A 40 minutos de
40
aquí.
minutes
Ya.
away from here.
How'd you get here?
¿Cómo llegó aquí?
Yo me vine en tren. Ya.
Train.
Train?
Ya.
What day did you leave?
¿Qué día se fue de Grand Rapids?
Pues ese mismo
The same
día.
day
Ya.
I left.
So you brought your daughter, you have a 2-year-old daughter?
Entonces tiene una hija de 2 años.
Ya.
What's her name?
¿Cómo se llama la niña?
Rosa Bernal.
Do you call her Rose?
La llama Rose.
Rose.
Rosie?
Ya.
Okay. Did you check in to see if Rosie's okay?
¿Ha chequeado a ver cómo está su hija?
No.
No?
Pues no tengo celular ni
No, I don't
nada.
have a cell phone.
No? You had 2 cell phones when you were arrested by the
Tenía dos
Minos States Police?
celulares cuando me arrestaron.
Ya.
Sí?
Sí.
Okay.
Pero no tenía yo cargador ni
I didn't
nada.
have a charger or anything.
Oh, okay.
Ya.
Who were you staying with?
¿Cómo
down
se
in
estaba
Chicago?
quedando aquí en Chicago?
Acá en Chicago con unos amigos.
Some friends.
What's their names?
¿Cómo se llaman sus amigos?
Pablo y Chuy. Ya. Pero pues eran de la sala. Ya.
Eso estaba quedando en la sala.
Hey.
But he was staying in the living room with us.
Ya, pues.
But you haven't talked to anybody about how Rosie's doing?
No habló con alguien para saber cómo estaba su hija.
Yo le pregunté a mi hermana,
I
pero
asked my
me dijo
sister,
que estaba
but
bien.
she told me she was fine.
Ya.
Okay. So, what else do you remember about that day after you brought Rosie out to Leia?
¿Qué más se recuerda de ese día cuando entregó su hija a Lea?
Pues nomás ella me dijo que la estaba siguiendo una troca roja.
She told me that a red truck was following her.
Ya.
Oh, really?
Es que ella tenía una amante.
She had a lover.
Ya, y creo era la mujer que estaba
I think it was
enojada.
the woman who was upset with her.
Ya.
This woman.
Que nos quería pues balasear a los dos.
She
Y
had
por eso.
heard that the main ship wanted to shoot at both of them, Leah and myself.
Well, it's a good thing Rosie wasn't hurt.
No nos quedó sino
Yeah.
hasta herida.
Were you alone in the apartment that day?
¿Estaba solo en el apartamento ese día?
No, había dos amigos conmigo.
There was 2 friends with me.
What were their names?
¿Cómo se llamaban?
Oliver se llama Chuy, el otro Chuy.
Oliver and Chuy.
Yeah.
Okay, after you brought Rosie to Leah, where did you go?
Después de que
Stay in the
le
apartment?
entregó a Rosy a Leah, ¿a dónde se fue?
Al departamento.
A su casa.
Ajá.
I went to
Y yo llevaba una botella de vino, por eso
a bottle of wine, that's why.
me escondí de la cámara.
I
Y
hid
llevaba una
myself
botella.
from
Yeah.
the camera because I had a bottle behind me.
Estábamos tomando.
We were drinking.
So, when did you hide the bottle of wine?
Entonces, ¿cuándo escondió la botella de vino?
Cuando iba para adentro,
When I was
porque
going outside because
no querían permiso para tomar entre semana, ya no nos daban permiso.
en el apartamento. So the apartment doesn't allow us to drink during the week, so I didn't want the camera to capture me having a bottle.
Did you have a bottle out when you were with
Tenía
Leah?
una botella cuando estaba con Lea.
Ella me la dio.
She gave it to me.
Ya me la trajo.
She brought it for me.
Es que estaba en su carro, yo la había dejado hace mucho en su carro.
It had been in her car for a while. That's where I had left it. She
Yeah.
brought it for me.
What about, so did you left after you brought your, Rosie out to the car?
Entonces fue después de que entregó a Rosie al carro. ¿Qué pasó con usted? ¿Dónde se fue?
O para el apartamento.
Okay.
Ya,
So I went back to the apartment.
ya.
But you want to know after the apartment. Y
Y
después, ¿qué pasó después de que fue al apartamento? ¿Se fue a
O fue
otra
cuando
parte?
oímos los balazos y
That's when we heard the shots.
salimos corriendo
And then
todos.
we ran out, all of us.
También los amigos se
Even
fueron
my
para su
friends,
casa y
they
yo
went to their
fue cuando
house,
me vine
and
para
then
acá.
that's when I came here to Chicago.
Ya.
So you're in the apartment
Entonces usted está en el apartamento
con Oliver and
con sus dos amigos, Oliver y Chuy.
Ya.
you hear shots.
Escucha los balazos.
Ya. Y salimos por arriba.
And then,
Where were the shots coming from?
okay, so, ¿de dónde escuchó los balazos?
O de ahí adentro porque teníamos la ventana abierta
We had the
y
window
estaba a un
open,
lado.
and it was close
Yeah.
next by that window that we had open.
Ya.
When you were with Leah, did you see a red truck around?
Cuando estábamos con Lea, había una troca roja alrededor.
No. Y esa llegó de...
That one.
Yo, porque en la ventana se vio una troca que llegó y fue cuando se
From the
escucharon los
window, I
balazos.
saw the red
Yeah.
truck, and then I heard the shots.
Okay. And Leah, I'm bouncing around here, but was parked
Entonces,
in her, sitting in her
Lea
car
estaba
as you saw her.
sentada en su carro la última vez que la vio. ¿Dónde estaba Lea cuando la última vez que la vio?
Sí, pues ya estaba amarrando la niña cuando
She
la...
was buckling her daughter
Yeah.
last when I last saw her.
Outside of the car?
Entonces estaba fuera del carro.
Ajá.
She was outside the
Estaba
car.
amarrando la niña porque yo se la dejé y ella le iba a amarrar.
I had dropped her off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was she parked right by the stairs to your apartment?
Estaba estacionada Lea al lado de las escaleras de su apartamento.
Cuando dejé la niña, sí.
When I left my daughter, yes.
Okay. When you, after hearing the shots, you go
Después
outside.
de escuchar los disparos, va para afuera.
What way did you exit?
¿Por qué lado salió del apartamento cuando?
Por arriba.
From the top.
Ya por el elevador.
From the elevator?
Ya. Y salimos para arriba.
Okay.
Porque vi que se fue la troca porque yo me iba a arribar por mi hija.
I was gonna
Ya.
go to the car for
Pero
my
vi que
daughter.
salió la troca
But then I saw that the
y por eso
truck left off and just took off.
Ya.
As well.
Were you guys drinking that day?
¿Estaban tomando ese día?
Poquito. Ahí vamos a empezar a tomar.
We're just barely starting to drink that day.
Yeah.
Where did you go? Whose car did you go to, or how did we use? Did they
¿Cómo
get
se-
together? Did they?
¿Cómo se fueron de allí? ¿Qué vehículos se fueron juntos, separados? ¿Cómo se fueron?
Separados. Ellos se fueron de su troca y yo la mía fui la dejé en la... Yo la dejé en casa de Oliver. Fue la troca que agarraron la Rein.
That's the Ranger you guys found and located
No. Yo la dejé en su casa de Oliver.
at Oliver's house.
Yeah.
Who told you that we found the Ranger truck?
¿Quién te dijo que la encontramos?
Oliver.
Oliver told me.
Yeah.
How did he tell you?
¿Cómo te avisó?
O por número, ya.
On the telephone?
Ya. Pero es de él, la troca es de él.
But it's his vehicle.
Did he tell you that he talked to the police?
¿Te avisó Oliver que habló con la policía?
No.
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 Sorry, Damon. Yeah. I just wanted to walk into that. I got to say, we're going to share some of the pictures.
Ya tenemos.
They are very upset.
Son bien decepcionantes.
No.
Okay, but we need to
Pero
make sure that the
tenemos
investigation
que
is complete and you
enseñar para que
understand.
entiendas y para que completemos la investigación.
No, sí.
There's been a very thorough investigation,
Hemos hecho una investigación,
Yeah.
reviewing security cameras,
revisando todas las cámaras,
talking to other residents of the building that live there with you,
con la gente que vive ahí en ese departamento con usted.
Yep.
who tend to look out their windows when they hear gunshots.
Son personas que ven afuera de sus ventanas cuando escuchan balazos.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay? This
Esta
investigation
investigación
Yeah.
clearly shows
enseña claramente
Yeah.
that you're
que
responsible.
tú eres responsable.
No. Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
You see?
Say no.
Esta investigación indica que usted es responsable por lo que pasó.
No.
Why you were
Y
arrested.
por eso es que está arrestado.
And we're going to show
Y
you
vamos a enseñarte
some things, how we came to that conclusion.
unas cosas que nos dio por entender que usted es el culpable.
There are all kinds of killers in this world.
Hay un montón de diferentes asesinantes en este mundo.
Asesinos.
Asesinos.
No. Okay.
Some were born in hard times and become gang members and choose a life of crime.
Escogen este estilo de vida que se meten en infracciones.
Okay. Yeah.
Those individuals
Esas personas
shoot each other
se matan entre ellos mismos
all the time.
siempre.
Yeah.
When they go to
Y
prison
luego se van a la prisión
and they get out,
y luego se salen
Yeah.
they go back to shooting each other
y se vuelven a balacear entre ellos mismos.
Yeah.
over and over
Ahí
again.
así es el ciclo.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes there's people that are sick in the
A
head,
veces hay gente
mentally
que
ill.
tienen problemas mentales.
Yeah.
They get a thrill out of killing people.
Ellos le encantan agarrar emoción de disparar a la gente.
No.
Those people
Esa gente
can never get out
nunca se pueden salir
Yeah.
because they'll just go right back
porque
to
van a
it
hacer lo mismo,
No. Okay.
because they're sick.
porque están malos de la mente.
Yo no estoy malo de la mente.
I'm not right.
Sometimes, see,
Y a veces,
we've talked to Humberto,
si hablamos con Alberto,
other workers,
otros
who work with,
trabajadores con quien trabaja,
Yeah.
they say you're a
y dicen
good
que
guy.
eres una persona buena,
Yeah.
You're a hard worker.
eres un trabajador
Oh yeah.
You don't miss work.
y nunca faltas en el trabajo.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Sometimes
Y a veces
they're basically good people,
hay gente buena
do go about their life
que hacen
normal,
su vida normal,
work, don't want to be
trabajan,
criminals,
no quieren ser criminales,
Yeah.
do everything
y
right the
hacen
way they're supposed
todo
to.
las cosas bien como se deberían de hacer.
But sometimes
Pero a veces
those people can be put in the right
esa gente se
situation.
pueden meter en una situación,
A perfect storm,
en una
Yeah.
situación perfecta,
and they just snap momentarily.
y luego pierden el control.
Yeah.
Or they've been drinking,
O quizás anden tomando,
Yeah.
they might get in their car,
se meten en su carro
don't mean to do it, hit somebody and
y
kill
por accidente a veces matan a la gente por
them.
accidente.
Those people that go to jail,
Esa gente que va a la cárcel y salen,
they're probably fine,
quizás están bien,
because it was just that one
porque nomás
perfect
era
moment
ese momento
that made them do something that they normally wouldn't do.
que les hizo causar algo que normalmente no lo hacen.
A veces por celos.
Sometimes because of jealousy, right?
See?
Yeah. A mí me traicionó ella.
She betrayed me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure when she
Y
was talking
yo
on
sé
the
que
phone,
cuando ella estaba hablando por teléfono,
Yeah.
it was disrespectful to you.
era la faltó respeto a usted.
Yeah.
But sometimes when people, basically good people,
Buena,
are accountable for their actions,
toma responsabilidad por sus acciones.
I'm not saying there's not going to be
Yo no estoy diciendo que no,
repercussions for their actions,
yo no estoy diciendo que hay consecuencias,
Yeah.
but there may be a path to reduction
pero
or
quizás
redemption.
se puedan salvar un poco.
Yeah.
And family, if they hear that you're sorry,
Y la
sometimes
familia
that helps
también,
too.
si le escucha a una persona con remordimiento,
yeah.
eso les puede ayudar.
And sometimes
Y a veces,
being accountable for what you've done
tomando responsabilidad por lo que ha hecho,
will also make you feel better.
quizás también le haga a la persona sentirse un poco mejor.
Because I can't imagine
Porque
the
no me puedo
guilt
imaginar el remordimiento
Yeah.
that you've been feeling.
que está pasando.
Yeah. Sí.
So why don't you tell us what really happened?
Entonces, por favor, cuéntanos lo que pasó de veras.
Yeah. No, pues lo más por celos.
Because of jealousy.
Yeah.
So, this is the crime scene. and I
Esa es la
don't
escena
want you
de
to have
que viene. No quiero que vean eso.
him come out. There's security cameras.
Obviamente hay cámaras de seguridad.
Sí.
What do you got there?
¿Qué tiene aquí?
Un arma.
A firearm.
What kind of fire?
¿De qué tipo?
Un arma.
Any arm.
Is that from your apartment?
¿Es su apartamento?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not a bottle of wine.
No es una botella de vino o de alcohol.
Pues así es una botella.
That one is the bottle.
Yeah.
So, okay, so, yeah, go ahead. So,
Entonces,
Fire. Y es cuando iba para afuera.
that was when I was leaving.
Yeah. Yeah.
¿Es la misma?
is this,
¿Esa es la que tenía que
this?
¿Es la que tenía en su mano?
Yeah.
Where was this?
¿Dónde estaba esa arma?
Escondida.
I had it hidden
Yeah, arriba.
on top.
We found
La
it.
yo.
We found it.
Yeah.
We have,
You found it.
Yes.
yeah. See that?
¿De esto de aquí?
What's that? Yeah.
Is that?
¿Esto es esta botella?
This is what was wrapped,
This
this,
is arma.
wrapped around?
¿Eso es lo que tenía envuelto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So listen,
Entonces, escúchame.
I'm not here to get mad at you.
Yo no soy aquí para estar estando contigo.
Yeah.
I'm not here to judge you.
No soy aquí para juzgarte.
Yep.
Laney and I have investigated a lot of,
El detective Lang y yo hemos investigado
Yeah.
and I know there, sometimes things go
y
haywire.
yo sé que a veces las cosas no salen bien.
Yeah.
And like I said, it makes sometimes it can happen to people.
Obviamente, esto lo puede pasar a cualquier persona.
Yeah.
Pero bueno,
But you shot Leia,
pero
right?
usted disparó a Lea,
Yeah.
¿correcto?
Do you remember how many times?
¿Se acuerda cuántas veces?
4.
4, I think.
Okay. When you went back inside the apartment,
Cuando entró para atrás al departamento,
did you
usted
eject rounds? Did you have a malfunction?
le quitó balas o se las voló.
No, yo le quité el de arriba.
No, I took the top part off.
Yeah.
Would that be? That's fine. Thanks. Because remember, didn't he have a primer strike? Yeah. Like it. Did you take the magazine out?
Le quitó la
Le quité primero el cargador y le quité la bala.
Yeah.
Y ahí se la metí
Okay.
atrás al
I
cargador.
unloaded it. Took the mag out, cycled to action.
And then
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Oliver see this?
Oliver dio esto.
No.
No. Where did you do that?
¿Dónde hizo eso de la pistola? ¿Dónde la descargó?
O adentro en el cuarto.
¿Adentro del cuarto?
Yeah.
¿Quién estaba con usted?
Oliver, pero ellos estaban en la sala afuera.
He said he did it in the bedroom, however, they were outside of the living room area when I unloaded it.
Okay.
Y ellos no tienen nada que ver en
They
eso.
don't have anything to do with this.
That's what I was gonna
Eso
ask.
es lo que te iba a preguntar.
Sí, no.
Did you tell him about what
¿Usted
happened
le
at all?
dijo de lo que pasó
No.
a ellos?
Ellos, ya le dije por
I
teléfono,
told
yo le
them
dije.
over the phone afterwards.
Oliver?
Sí. Y me dijo que estaba mal, pues
And
que me había pasado porque me conoce.
that was wrong with me and that was not like me to do it.
Well, I'm sure if you could go back in time and not do it, you would.
Y te lo aseguro, si pudiera regresar el tiempo, no lo haría.
No.
Do you feel bad you did it?
¿Se siente mal por hacerlo?
Yeah.
You love Leah?
¿Tiene a Lea?
Yeah.
Roosevelt?
Mucho, yeah.
Yeah. So, when you found out she was on the phone,
Entonces, cuando se enteró que estaba hablando por teléfono,
Yep. Yeah.
but how did that make you feel?
¿cómo le hizo sentir?
Mal. Yo pensé que era con su amante, pues. Yeah.
Did you want
Y se rió de mí cuando le
And
dije.
she laughed at me when I confronted her about it.
Yeah. Y eso me puso mal.
And that caused me to lose it.
She started laughing. Got you mad?
Ella se enojó con usted cuando le dijo.
Yeah.
Y eso no
Dijo
provocó.
que me importaba.
She told me,
Yeah.
what's it to you?
Yep.
Did you think that you could still have a life with her?
Pensaba que podía todavía tener una vida con ella. En ese momento.
Sí.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That must have been hard to hear her talking to somebody.
Entonces me imagino que era difícil escucharla a ella hablando por teléfono con otra persona.
Sí. Porque a mí me traicionó y todavía la
She
perdoné.
denied me and I'm forgiving her.
Y lo que me puso mal que siguió otra vez con el mismo.
Was that she continued talking to the same person.
Yeah.
Have you talked to anybody else about this?
¿Ha hablado con otras personas de lo que pasó, de esto?
No. Con
Nomás con
no más solo regresar a ese
Nomás
de
Oliver?
Yeah.
Just Oliver.
Have you talked to anybody about Roosevelt? See how she's doing?
¿Ha hablado con alguien sobre su hija, Rosie?
No, nomás a mi hermana le pregunté,
Just my daughter, or sorry, just my sister. I asked how my daughter was doing.
porque
Because
yo creo que su familia me odia.
I think her family hates me.
Did you talk to your sister about this?
Habló con su hermana sobre esto, de lo que pasó.
Yeah.
Your sister knows what happened?
Entonces su hermana sabe lo que pasó.
Yeah.
Everything?
¿Sabe todo? Su hermana.
Yo le dije que le disparé a...
I told my sister I shot her.
Yeah.
Leah.
Está muy preocupada
And she's
por
very
mí.
worried for me, my sister.
So,
We should probably get like your statement about how his fingerprints are on the door, ask him to get open the door and all that shit.
So, I know a lot about what happened.
Yo sé mucho de lo que pasó.
Yep.
She was on the phone with this person the entire time.
Ella estaba hablando con esta persona en el teléfono todo este tiempo.
So here, you heard everything.
Entonces él escuchó todo lo que pasó.
Yo creo que sí.
I think he did.
So I know you and Leah were arguing.
Yo sé que usted y Lea estaban discutiendo.
Ya discutimos. Yeah.
Were you on the passenger side of the car?
Estaba en el lado pasajero del vehículo.
No. Estaba en el lado del chofer.
He was on the driver's side.
Yeah. When they were.
Cuando estaban discutiendo, ¿verdad?
Yeah.
Passenger side.
Eso está en el lado del pasajero.
When he came out with the rifle, they asked him,
What is that car was on?
yeah. I know this is hard to talk
Yo
about,
sé que es muy difícil hablar de esto,
but in order to have a complete investigation,
pero para tener una investigación completa.
Yeah.
we got your fingerprints on the door.
Las huellas de usted en la puerta del vehículo.
Yeah.
When you shot her,
Cuando le disparó,
where were you standing?
¿dónde estaba parado usted?
Or were you in the car?
¿Dónde estaba dentro del vehículo?
Estaba aquí afuera del vehículo.
¿Pero en qué lado del vehículo cuando le
En el
disparó?
pasajero.
He was on the passenger side of the vehicle when I shot at her.
Was the door open?
¿Estaba abierta la puerta?
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Entonces,
Leah, car,
ese es el carro de Lea.
Yeah.
you were here?
¿Estaba usted aquí?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fingerprint,
Eso, las huellas de usted.
fingerprint,
Las huellas de usted.
No, yeah.
you.
Es donde
Yeah.
Entonces,
How many yellow signs do you see there?
¿cuántos indicadores amarillos de ahí?
7.
7.
Is that possible?
¿Es posible? Venga, son 7 vales.
7 balas? No.
Yeah, I think so. So after
Entonces después,
the last time that you saw Leah,
de la última vez que usted vio a Lea,
Yeah.
is that when you went and got the gun and came back?
ese fue la vez cuando usted fue a agarrar la arma y regresó.
Oh. Ya, pues yo regresé por...
Yeah,
Ya.
I returned because of that.
Returned.
Pero después que le disparé, regresé y dejé el arma ahí.
So, after I shot her, I did go back to my apartment to leave the firearm.
Okay.
When did he decide that he was going to shoot her?
¿Cuándo decidió que le iba a disparar?
O cuando estábamos discutiendo.
When we were fighting.
Y no, yo decía que colgara y colgara.
Entonces, en ese entonces decidió que iba a hacer.
That you go to your apartment and get the gun?
O en ese momento no pensé.
In that moment, I
Yeah.
didn't think,
Ahora me arrepiento de no haber puesto seguro o algo.
no, I regret not putting some sort of lock
Yeah.
on that.
So, why did you leave with the gun wrapped up?
Entonces, ¿por qué? I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Why did you leave with the gun wrapped up
Entonces, ¿por qué salió
in
con
the blanket?
la arma envuelta con la cobija?
O para que no se viera
So,
la
when
cámara.
I see in the camera.
Yeah.
Do you remember leaving this?
¿Usted se recuerda dejando la cobija allí?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're trying to make it so nobody else could see the gun?
Entonces, la estaba tratando de esconder para que nadie más la mirara.
Yeah.
Did Leah see the gun?
¿Vio la pistola de Lea? ¿La arma?
O cuando la destapé, ya.
When I uncovered it, yes, she saw it.
What'd she say?
¿Y qué dijo?
Pues nada más dijo, como, se rió como que pensó que estaba
She
jugando.
thought that I was playing.
Has she seen you with a gun before?
¿La he visto con armas anteriormente? ¿En el
Ella.
pasado?
O ella me había sacado una con permiso.
She had gotten me a gun with her. She had a permit and she was able to get me a gun.
Which gun?
¿Qué pistola?
Me había sacado una 40.
A 40 millimeter?
Yeah.
A 40 caliber?
Yeah, chiquito. Yeah.
Pistola?
Yeah.
Where'd you get the gun? Where'd you get this gun?
¿Dónde consiguió esa arma?
¿Esa arma?
Sí.
O me la había vendido un amigo.
A friend had sold it to me,
Yeah. Pero está en la cárcel.
but he's in jail.
Saul. ¿Ah? Saul.
Saul?
Yeah.
You got pictures of him? I don't. He's on the Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Girlfriend bought it.
Yeah.
Saul's girlfriend bought it.
Yeah.
¿Quién les dijo que me la vendió Saúl?
He's asking, who told you that Saul was given to me?
Well, we know that
Sabemos
when we got the gun,
cuando agarramos la arma,
No.
we have
tenemos
La serie.
we can tell where it was purchased
Yeah.
and who
podemos
purchased
ver
it.
quién la compró y de dónde.
Yeah.
So we didn't really know that for sure, but we
Y no
figured that's
sabíamos
probably what happened.
por seguro, pero
Yeah.
pensábamos que eso no había pasado.
A ver.
Remember how much you paid for it?
¿Se recuerda cuánto pagó por ella?
O 800.
800.
Did you shoot it up in Nuevo?
La disparaba en Nuevo,
Leah Grandpa?
en los abuelos de Lea, en la casa de los abuelos de Minos.
No, fuimos una vez con Saúl a disparar en otro lado que es Pax.
Saul and I, or we call it Saul, ¿verdad?
Yeah.
Saul and I had gone to some other place, arranged to shoot
Yeah.
it.
So down On your Facebook,
Entonces en su Facebook
you're up shooting the
Oh, y esas son armas del abuelo de Elías.
those are her grandfather's firearms.
Yes.
That's when you want to buy one, after you sell one.
Y después, eso es cuando quiere comprar una, después se las.
Yeah.
So, Roosevelt,
Y Rosa,
love her, right?
la quiere.
Yes.
Very, very close.
Estaba bien.
Very,
Yeah.
she was very close.
Oh, yeah.
Were you worried about hurting her?
No estaba, no tenía preocupación de herirla.
Yes. Oh.
Well,
Afterwards,
just to let you know, she is okay.
Está bien.
Yeah.
She was left in that car.
Y él se quedó allí solita en el carro.
That's the officers taking her out of the car.
Son los oficiales que la sacaron de allí.
She was in the car for
Ella estaba en el carro
a long time.
por mucho tiempo.
Very hot.
Y
Very hot.
está bien harto carro.
Yeah.
But she's okay.
No, está mal.
Ya está.
Yeah.
Doesn't look good.
No good.
No.
Yeah.
But sometimes jealousy,
Los celos
anger
se enoja uno.
don't make people think right.
Y no hacen que la persona piense bien.
What else?
do you have any questions for us?
¿Tiene preguntas para nosotros?
Oh. No?
So you can leave the lights off, there's a few things in the back. Detective, just going, some of the photos you can kind of see it, look, exhibit 19, you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that one of the photos you're kind of
Yes, that's,
confronting him with?
yes, that's one of the photos, a still shot that we showed him. Asked him, that's one where I asked him what that was, and he said firearm. And then I also, follow-up question a little bit later on, I asked him, why the blanket? Why is that gun wrapped in the blanket? And then he said, because he didn't want other people to see him with that.
Once again, a little bit hard to see, but in terms of, I think, was it this photo in terms of where he indicated he was when he fired the shots? Or was it a different photo?
I think it was a photo from looking from the rear passenger side of the car, is where I showed him here.
Kind of from here?
Yeah.
And where did he indicate? It's kind of hard to see, but where did he indicate to you he was standing?
He pointed right, he said the door was open right on the passenger side.
But he was standing outside,
Outside the vehicle.
not actually in it.
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah.
So take the, gotta take the, and then can we approach, Your Honor? Yes. Approach.
Mr. Kirkhoff, do you want to join us? Ladies and gentlemen, we report to you as to where we are in this trial. Mr. Becker reports he has put on the witnesses that are available for the Coronal today. He has one more witness called, but that witness is not available today. Now, of course, I have no idea what the defense is going to do, because the defense doesn't have to tell me what they're going to do, and maybe they haven't made up that mind. But I'm bringing it up because at the beginning, I indicated to all of you that I generally only went half days on Wednesday, because I have criminal matters tomorrow afternoon. It looks to me like there's a distinct possibility that we may be able to get this case to you folks to begin deliberation. That would be in the afternoon. And I had already told you I was planning on going in the afternoon. I guess I'm guessing without knowing that you folks might want to get the case sooner rather than later. If that means that you may not have deliberations, we have no idea how long it may take. If we may not have you come in on Thursday, if it can get done tomorrow. So I guess I'm just sort of telling you that's kind of where we are. The case for the people I think has gone in quickly and well. They only have one more witness call. They don't know what the defense is going to do. But I think there's a distinct possibility that I could get the case to you folks tomorrow, as opposed to having you come back on Thursday. Here's what I'm going to do, if you don't mind. I'm going to ask you folks to go back into your jury room and have a discussion about what you prefer. So whether or not we should go ahead and plan on you folks coming in all day tomorrow with the hope that we can get the case to you tomorrow, or if you would rather stick to the schedule that I announced at the beginning, which is to only come in for the morning tomorrow, and then you would come in on Thursday. Does that sound like a reasonable plan? I don't want to make that decision for you, because you may have made plans after I told you that I didn't expect us to be spending Wednesday afternoon. That sound like a reasonable plan? So I'm going to excuse you folks to go back and have a discussion amongst yourselves. If I'll anticipate asking you folks to maybe come back and report to us in about 10 minutes. Thank you folks very much, and all rise for the jury. So I'll make a plan, gentlemen, so let's see what their preference is, and we'll go from there. And probably, I'll have a Midwest coach check with them in about 10 minutes and say, you know, you're ready, you need more time, and then we'll let you all know we'll come back. Thank you folks very much.
I assume you're not calling them Barricade now?
Oh, no, I'm not calling that.
We did it.
Was that for the picture? That should have been photos.
Oh,
Yeah, that- actually, no, nine. Actually, it did be nine. That's just a picture. Should be photo. I think it's just the photos. Because, yeah, nine is.
No, 9 is a gun case.
You're right, gun cases.
Yeah.
We didn't. We should have done.
I agree.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
No,
There's a
it's
photo.
deciding whether.
It was a photo.
I don't think
It was.
Right, they're deciding what they want to do, and then I don't know what they're going to do.
It's on that.
I mean, they're not. Yes. So we're not done. No.
We're just gonna have to have a little for sure. From that, they're gonna stay all day.
Agreed.
I'll see what he says, probably 8:15, I imagine we'll start at 8:45 again. You think we'll start at 8:45 or 8:30?
We should start at 8:30.
So, probably have their 8 then.
That's right.
Since it's sentencing tomorrow?
It is something.
Allegedly, if that happens, if push, it's gonna be pushed.
Our presiding day changed. We used to have Wednesdays, now we, starting in February, we have Tuesdays. That's why we just started.
Yeah.
You didn't get it done.
Yeah.
We don't have Eduardo.
Want to make sure. To tell them. So finally, trial attorney. Do they have a motion? What? Oh, his, what do you look on it? And I might even have it on my paper. You're welcome.
Are you available?
Hello, guys, right?
You available afternoon on Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have a trial with quiz next week too. I feel like I need here, right?
Yeah, you're gonna, might as well.
Might as well, yeah.
Another whole week.
Yeah, another whole week.
Okay. All right.
Please be seated. So I'm going to bring the jury back in and see whether they've made a decision. I think they're going to be lining up shortly, and then we'll get their decision about how they'd like to do this. Let's rise, please. And we can all be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I wonder if you've had the opportunity to have a discussion amongst yourselves, and if so, whether one of you could indicate to us your preference, which is to come in all day tomorrow to see if we can get the case to you by tomorrow, or rather come in on Thursday. Have you made a decision, folks?
Yes.
And what is it?
We would prefer all day tomorrow.
All right, so the decision has been made. So what we'll do is we'll come in, again, Mr. Becker has one more witness to call. Then we'll find out from the defense as to what his plan is. The hope is that we can get the case to you to begin deliberations. I still will have my own sentencings in the afternoon, but I can always take a break from those to take a verdict if you're able to reach a verdict. Of course, that's impossible to predict. So I want to thank you for your discussion about that, kind of spraying this on you, but I thought maybe you prefer to see whether or not we could get this done one day before that, if possible. I think that essentially means that we are done for the day, and so what I'll be doing is excusing you at this time. I guess I would ask, I don't have any, I had some matters early this morning, I don't think I do. But tomorrow, I wonder if I could ask you folks to arrive at about 8:15 in the morning, is that okay? At 8:15, again, if counsel and I have to work anything out, we can do that between 8:15 and 8:30, and we will do our best to get you out here around 8:30 so that we can finish up with the people's evidence and see what the defense is going to do. All make sense to you folks? We're going to rise, and I'm going to say good evening to all of you, and thank you as usual. And you are free to go today. And now, do they check in?
They have to go downstairs.
You do have to check in downstairs before you leave.
There's one person that has their badges, and I know that Kathy will explain that to them as soon as they get out. So one person is.
Okay, so we'll have Ms. Vasquez explain what it is you're supposed to do, and thank you, folks. And we can all be seated.